Salutations, my name is Tish and welcome to the Artist Haven. In this live stream we are continuing with our 30 journals in 30 days. We are on, I think this is day 9, maybe day 10. I don't know. I do know it's a day that ends in Y, so we're just going to keep doing it. I think we end August 28th. And today's the 18th, so we have so this is day 10, you know, final like math skills. Maybe my math skills are off. I haven't had enough sleep. I haven't had enough caffeine. There's too much blood in my caffeine system. So today this is gonna be a fun one, I think. We're gonna take all the creative papers that I have, like all the splatter pages, all the coffee dye, not all of them, but a good chunk of them, and then some blank ones that we're gonna, I've got some new stencils, I've got some new things to try out, some stamps, and we'll just kind of create some papers and kind of make something, a flip-flop journal, a flippity-floppity journal, as I call them. And we're going to start with the base. We're going to start from everything because I used up all my bases that I already had made up, and I love this fabric. I think this is a really fun fabric. It's got a great texture. It's almost like an outdoor fabric, but you know, makes it waterproof. So I'm going to show you how I do the bases in case you're not familiar with that, and then we're going to do the floppity part of the journal. That's the little notebook that goes in the back side, and then we do flip pages. So you got flippity and floppity, and it's a journal that you can stick in your handbag or your backpack or just carry it with you, and it's just easy to take notes. It's easy to put receipts in, you know, whatever you need to do, or you can use it as a daily journal thing and have, you know, a journal for each month, you know, and do a different theme for each month. It's all up to you. You can do you, and that's what I love about art. All right, let's get this going. I'm still got a mess from last night doing the journal from yesterday. That was a trial in my patience, and I have really strong patience, believe it or not. I'm very calm and cool and collected 98% of the time. Last night, it's just like I could not get the embossing powder to work the way I wanted it to. And I'm relatively new, or renew, I guess. I haven't used embossing powder in a long time. So, and doing it on resin was a whole other monster. And the heat tape that I got is absolute trash. So I'm going to leave a bad review on Amazon for that. It didn't even want to stick to itself. And heat tape should be tacky, but not leave a residue. This stuff wasn't even sticky. It just was not a good thing. No bueno. So I think I might just start using hot glue. I've got a high-temp hot glue gun, so I think I'll be better off with that, and use the heat tape as like boo-boo tape. Maybe, you know, turn it into something else. Let's see, is there a proper side to this? I'm trying to tell if there's a difference. There is a slight difference. I kind of like it that way. Okay. So maybe we'll experiment with that. I did get, a few weeks back, I did get some new, a new plate to use in the Big Shot. I have never owned, maybe I did way back in the day. I had a little one. I can't remember. I think, yeah, because I had one of those just little embossers because it was inexpensive, and I got it at the store that shall not be named. And I think I got it on clearance. I borrowed it out to a friend and never got it back. But that's, you know, they needed it more than I did, I guess. So this is watered down art glitter glue. So what I do is I clean out, when my bottle gets really low, I'll take distilled water, warm it in the microwave, and put it in there and shake it up, get all the goopies out, and then I put it into another bottle and just save it. And then when I go to clean my tip, I have that water already, and I think I need to add more glue to this. It's a little too runny. Yep, I need to add more. So sometimes getting the proportions right is kind of hard. Okay, yeah, we're gonna add a little bit of glue to this. I do about half the bottle in glue and then the other half of the bottle in glue water, I guess you could say. I'm trying to think, do I have a little funnel right handy? Probably not. Probably have to go dig one up. I've got spoons, I've got measuring cups. Oh wait, what's in this drawer? I got another tip for my bottle. That's gonna take forever. You know what we can do? We can do it this way. No, that's not gonna work. Let me grab, I know where there's one really quick. See, I got all my spoons and stuff. But I have little funnels that work for these needle tip bottles somewhere. Here we go. Here's one. This'll do. Oops, sorry. One of the questions I wanted to ask to the community is what products, what things are you wanting to try? Because that's where I want to go after this is trying out new products and trying out new things. And since I have Stephanie at the Painted Raven, why are you not going in there? Okay, this is going to be obtuse. So we're just going to put the lid back on it. Take off the needle tip. And we're just going to do it this way, which is what I should have done in the first place. But, you know, hindsight's always 20/20. There we go. Let's try it that way now. Let's put the needle tip back on. Need a little bit more room in there. There we go. All right, let's see how that did. See how that did it. I need my rag for a second. Shake this a little bit better, but the needle point goes into my finger and it hurts. Okay. Whew. Let's see if we can, yes, that's way watery. Let's see if this is any better. A little bit better. See, I water it down because then it soaks into the fabric a little bit better. And I think we need to add more glue. Yep. Yep. It's all good. So we'll dump out a little bit more water. I shook it up, make sure that the glue is dispersed in there, and now I have this foamy top. Okay, take this needle tip off again. And if you need art glitter glue and want to pay a fair price for it, whoops. Stephanie at the Painted Raven has it. It's a local shop here, but she's also online. And I got word that they are redoing their website, but so it's a little bit more shoppable. But she's got all kinds of paper crafting stuff, fabric up the yin yang, man. I always joke with her, I'm like, you and Clara would be fast friends. They did get to meet before she passed away. It's kind of cool having her as a friend now because she knew Clara, you know, at least met her. So, oop. Okay, well, apparently I'm buffering. I apologize for that. We are working on getting better internet set up here. It's a process because we have to do a process of elimination. You know, okay, is it this? Is it this? Is it this? And we're upgrading as we go, so it's not like we're just going all willy-nilly at it. All right, we're going to leave the metal tip off just for right now. Let's see, I wish I could figure out how to, actually, I think I do know how to do that. Make the screen smaller so it all fits on one screen, because I have a portable monitor that I have up here so I can see the chat and the stream quality and, you know, all this stuff. But when it pops up in YouTube Studio, it like changes the dynamic, and I can't figure out how to get back to where I need to be. Let's see. There we go. Okay, we're back to excellent connection. Okay, it's just a moment. Okay, let's try this. I think we're good now because the last one was close. Yep. So I water it down just a little bit. I'd say it's about 5 parts glue to 1 part water. But I water it down just a little bit so it soaks into the fabric, especially a heavier fabric like this. And okay, It's not working. Let's put a little bit of this glue. I think it's just because it's such a thick fabric that's causing the issue here. She's a thick one. All right, let's just hold that down. Let's try this corner. So I make a right angle here. I make this go straight up and this go over. And that's how and I pull it tight. And that's how I do my corners. See, well, let's just go in with the art glitter glue because this is already saturated. There we go. Try to do things on the fly. I didn't measure, and that's my problem. See, I know when I need to measure, and I know when I can eyeball. When I'm cooking food, I can measure. I don't measure. I mean, unless it's like something spicy or something, which I don't usually. I don't cook spicy food for me. I don't like spicy food. I don't feel like food should be torture. And I think I don't, ugh. But plus I can't have it because it irritates my stomach and it irritates my joints, and it's bad juju. So I'm gonna hold this down for a minute. Actually, let's get the spatula. But when I'm cooking, I don't measure. I mean, I'll measure out pasta, like, you know, if I'm making a pasta salad or something and I only have a can of tuna or a can of chicken or something and I need it to be, you know, proportionate, I'll weigh it out before I cook it. Okay, I think it's just going to be this way because, like I said, this is very thick fabric. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of this and we're going to soak the fabric down with the watered down stuff. We're going to put the needle tip back on this. There we go. Maybe. I think so. And then we'll put a little art glitter glue right here, maybe. Okay, why? Got tape sticking to me. I got glue sticking to me. Oi. I need more caffeine in my caffeine system. All right. Then we'll take this. What is the dealio here? This is the only reason why I don't like art glitter glue. It is always a maintenance thing. I might just grab the Fabri-Tac if it's going to be obtuse. All right, let's put this here. There is, I can feel it. There it is. Haha, got it. There's a big clump in there. Like, how does it get a clump like that so quickly? I just cleaned it. Like, literally just. Oh, wow. All right. So, we're going to put, really? Okay, we're just going to work with it. I'm going to tap this in, and then we're going to flip this over, making our right angle. See, this one doesn't want to stick. I might get the fabric tack out. Because this isn't working. I just don't like using fabric tack on these because I'm going to hit it with the sewing machine. And fabric tack is, gets a little clumpy. That's why I don't use the hot glue gun. That's why I try and use our glitter glue or another white glue. But, all right, this is really thick stuff and it's being annoying. We don't need the spoons. Why do we got the spoons out? Okay, so we're going to take this and we're going to go like this. And we're going to get a clamp for this. First, let's make it the right direction. There we go. And then we'll put this over that. Clamp it down. There we go. I'm going to do the same with this. I feel like I argue with this bottle more than I actually craft. All right, I'm going to put that right there. Okay, and then take this one. Right here. Clamp it down. I've never had this problem before, so it's all good. All right, before we fold that over, let's get another piece of parchment. Get this folded over. And the cool thing about this, though, is we can clamp it down and allow it to dry. Here's another one. And there's a string on there. There we go. And there we go. And a little bit of glue here. And I'm going to remix that after this live stream because for whatever reason it is not wanting to cooperate. Okay, usually this works, but when all else fails, you get a bigger hammer. But we got lots of art papers to make. We got a lot of things, little things like that to do. So this having to be set aside for a minute is no big deal. But we want to put it in a place where we remember where it's at. And that can go in the cup. And we're going to take this and put it in here. So I remember to do it. There we go. And then this guy, I'm going to take this metal tip off and see if, yep, I found the culprit. Let's get a pin. So sometimes it's not this tip, it's the little tip inside. So I'm going to take this and there's like a little ledge, I guess, and that can get gooped up. So you gotta take the pin and pull the goop out. That's gross. There's actually, it looks like string, but it's not a string because it's stretchy. There we go. So now is your lesson on how to clean these out. And when you put a pin in there and you just jab it down, you're just jamming it all together. I don't have a, what do you call it? Pipe cleaner. Sometimes that helps. We're going to put this in a little bit of water and just let it sit for a minute. And actually we want this back because I'm going to need to dump that back in there. And I don't have the best aim. So we'll put that there. Just let that sit for a minute. And let's figure out what we're going to do with this. So this can go back on here. Put that back there. Wipe this off. Okay. Wipe this off. Flip it over. That way you have a clean, dry side. Okay. I'm going to grab my coffee for a moment. Okay, so let's work on this. Well, you know what we needed to do before we put this away? We need to get measurements. So, I cleaned my desk off. Really, I did. Granted, it was before I did the journal last night. But I'm going to save that. That's kind of fun. Let's put that over here. That can go in the bin. That goes in art glitter glue guy. There's my pencil. I knew I had it around here somewhere. That goes in my blue bag, but that's okay. We'll have it here for now. Put that back in there. That back in there. I need a bigger mug. So we are 5 inches wide. So this is the last one we worked on, so scratch that out. 5 wide. And 7. So 5 by 7 in height. Nope, there's a piece of glue there. All else fails foresight. Put this back on this tip so I don't lose it. There we go. So we're going to cut the back piece. So we want a piece of paper to cover the back. So we want it 5. Is this going to be wide enough? Yes. So we're going to cut this at 7. Oh, I don't want the decal cutter. I want the other cutter. Let's put these spoons away before I end up spilling them all over the floor. There we go. I have a love-hate relationship with this cutter. I don't like that I have to assemble it every time I want to use it. Like, I have to put this in. I mean, I could leave it in, but I'm always afraid I'm going to break it. Anyone else have that issue? I wish it just kind of flipped out and then you could flip it back in. So I want 1/4 of an inch and maybe a hair. So 1/4, let's just do 5/8 down. Okay, and then we still have that we can use for something else. So let's just do that right there. Okay. Okay, and this will go over here. So this will be our back piece. And then we need a piece for the pocket, or for the pocket slash yeah, let's do there. And, oops, we don't want it 4. So we have it 4. Actually, it's a little less than 4. So 3 3/4 by 5 3/4. See, that's 5 1/2. That's 5 3/4. All right, put that over there. And we're gonna need this guy, but we won't need this. So let's take this off. Push him back in there. You know, this is supposed to be a travel thing. Like, you can take the handle off and travel with it, but there's no way to lock this down that I have been able to find. If you know of a way to lock that down, please let me know. So this will go on here like this. So we're going to decorate this. We'll probably just hit it with some different colors. And that's what the whole vibe of this is going to be. There will be some book pages and some, you know, digitals. But for the most part, it's going to be art pages. Okay, so I already went through and selected a bunch of these papers to put in these notebooks. But we need to fold them the proper way. So I want this to fold up like this. So we're going to fold this down. There we go. So you want your 2-fold and your single fold, and then these are all your rough edges. So we need to make this about yay big. We're going to get the decal cutter for that. Actually, no, we're going to use this. We'll just use this one for this one pencil. There it is. And you'll see that I use a carpenter pencil because it doesn't roll away. There we go. I should have measured the bottom. Go. And I usually use Fanny for this. Fanny is my Fisker's rotary cutter, but I actually want this a little bit shorter yet because I want to put a notch in. Yeah, that should be good right there. Okay. Yeah, so I want to put a notch right here because we're going to turn this into a pocket. There we go. Perfect. And then I think for the art paper, the more creative papers, we're going to do decal edges. And for this, we're going to do. So let's fold this the way we need it. This is a nice linen paper. Okay, so make this one a little bit longer. Let's go a little bit shorter. There we go. Okay, let's glue these down as we go along because that'll make things go faster. So let me grab, where did all my parchment go? No, that's tissue paper. Oh, that would be kind of pretty. Okay. What did I do with all my parchment paper? I had a big sheet of it. Lord have mercy. Okay, we'll just grab a new piece of parchment. Goodness knows I got enough of it. All right. So I'm going to take this, fold it in half, crinkle, 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 and fold it in half again. There we go. Now, yes, I have the glue mat, but I want to be able to transport this out of the way. And the glue mat does work for that, but parchment's easier. Okay, so that, and if I get glue on here, I can flip it, flip it the other direction. So I'm usually pretty good about keeping it where I want it, but sometimes I get a little carried away because, you just get in the moment, you're doing the vibe. Okay, I'm on this side. And do that right there. And then before we get too much further, we're going to take our oval punch. And we're going to take a little notch out. And we'll ink that later. That can go in the bin. And then we have this guy. So we have folded edge and folded edge. And then put this up here. Excuse me. I think I need another sip of my coffee. I don't think I brought my water up either, so we're straight up coffee this morning. It is still morning. Oh, and I did that wrong. It's okay. We can make it work. I put it too far, so we just have it lay like this for a minute. And we take our rig and we just wipe off the excess. Like so. These are rigs from Williams Sonoma. I get their towels, and then once they get frayed up from being washed a lot, and it takes a while. It takes a long while. They're expensive, but there's a reason why. These things are like industrial grade. They're great. Okay. But once they start getting holes in them and, you know, they just aren't appropriate for the kitchen anymore, then I bring them up to the studio and I use them here in the studio. So, let's fold this guy. Oh, he's only dotted on one side. So, that's fine. So let's leave him dotted on the outside. I don't know why mind your P's and Q's came into my head. Okay, and swap cutters. And make this, it's our solid edge. And make this right here. And this right here. There we go. And then okay. So we want it like that. So we'll flip it over. Put our glue stick on here. And I try and stay away from the edges because you don't want to glue your two pieces of paper together. I mean, you want to glue the two pieces of paper together. You don't want to glue the two same pieces of paper together, if that makes any sense whatsoever. All right, now we're going to fold that up. Plus this gives you a little ledge to hang on to as well. So we're going to line this up right about there, like so. Smoosh it down. Okay, and then we have this paper, which is another linen paper, but it's kind of gray. Now when you're doing the flip, I have a whole video on how I do the flip-flop journals. But as I do these more and more, I'm learning that I don't have to have them lined up at the bottom or this side, but I do need to have them lined up at the very least at the top. So if I decide to do this one here like this, I can, but it has to be lined up at the top so they fold open. And you don't necessarily want to have it go off kilter. The other thing you can do is you can have it alternate. Your folded side can go to your open side, and so when you open it, and then you just kind of do every other thing. But I'm finding that I just like it like this. So we're gonna decolate right there, and just the edge of this one. No, we're gonna do it right here because we can. Okay. When you were a kid, did your parents say, because I said so? Well, why can't I go outside and play? Because I said so. Well, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? I guess there's just random things that go through my head sometimes. And that was one of the things that kind of stuck with me today. It's all the things that my parents used to say to me. And my dad was always kind. He always told me I was too smart for my own damn good, which, I mean, coming from your dad and you're a girl, it's like, well, is that a good thing or a bad thing? So, you know, I just kind of went with it. Okay, I want to cover those last dots up and go as close to those dots as I can. Nope, nope. Crikeys. There we go. Cover those dots up. And those dots up. There we go. Close enough. Okay. Again. Oh, there's two pieces of paper here. Okay, we can use that later. Fold this way. Some of these, okay, so I got these papers at a estate sale. And they're really cool. The pads are different though. This is kind of like a vellum paper, like almost. It's not vellum, but it's like it. It's very, very thin. But I've never had a problem with glue with it though, so. All right, we're gonna do a little guy right here. And he is gonna be a little guy. We're gonna make him here. And, oops. Here. Okay. So he's just going to be a little nibble. Can't see, there it is. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. So we're going to keep, I toss the ones that are smaller than my thumb. I put them in my paper bin. Anything smaller than my thumb. And then anything bigger than my thumb, I put it in a little pile, and then we use those as scrap pieces for collage if we decide to do a collage in the journal, or you know, to make clusters, or you know, whatever. So I usually include them in my journal when I go to sell them, just the little scrap pieces, so you have some like collage fodder to play with, you know, and it'll make it cohesive. Plus it doesn't go to waste. There we go. So there's that. And so let's move this parchment paper. I'm gonna need that later. Let's move this cutter. I will probably need that later too, but put the lid on the glue. So here we go. So this is your flip. And it flips up. It's always good to do a test run before you put it in your book. Whoops, see, this is why we do test run. There we go. There we go. There we go. So we fold up. Nope. There we go. There is our little notebook that's going to go in the back of our book right here. Okay. Now, I'm going to let that dry. So this goes behind us so we can find it later. It's not buried underneath a bajillion things. And then we're going to grab our papers. So I'm going to go on a little adventure. Let's see. Maybe I don't need to. Not too far. So I apologize for the fan if you can hear it. So let's get this whole pile. Because I don't know what I want to use just yet. I do know that, well, oh, these are pretty. Okay, I know I want to use this one. This one right here. Okay. I'll just bring a stack of these so you can see. Okay, and then I need to grab some coffee dyed paper. Oh, but we're going to do one of these too. These have gold splatters. Let's do this one because it's kind of wrinkly and I wouldn't want to use the whole page anyway. And then let's grab this. And let's grab one of these. And do I have any other eco-dyed paper in this stack? Doesn't look like it, but I do have, hang on. Things are tipping over here. I do have, oh, these are, oh, I forgot about these. Okay. We're going to use this. I found some things from a long time ago. Maybe we'll use that too. I started doing some macaroni and cheese boxes on the jelly jelly plate. There we go, that's the word. All right, we're gonna grab one of these pieces of paper, this kind of heavy cardstock. And then one of these, because we need like 14 pages, or 14 sheets. So we need quite a few. And I think these. I like that. Let's do that one. Okay. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we can do 4 pages. Are these double-sided? Yeah, let's grab one of these. This is my actual art that I did. Do we want that? No, I don't want that. But let's grab one of these line pages. This is rainbow, that'd be kind of fun. And then we'll grab, we've got white paper over here. Okay, so we're gonna decorate this one and this one. And then I've got some white paper right here. We'll do one of these. So we'll do these live here, and we'll cut them first and then go from there. So I've got this dictionary page that's playing around with stamps on. And I figured we could decorate the back side of that, you know, splatters and stuff or something. I don't know. And then I've got this eco-dyed paper. And then I got this eco-dyed paper. And this is kind of a fun splattery paper. And this is some cardstock. And then this was me playing around with watered down acrylic paint. So I think, yeah, these are 2 pieces put together. I was just playing around, seeing, you know, what kind of craziness I could muster. And then I thought we could do something like this. And then let's put this back in here. There we go. I'm gonna put this in here too, so it kind of stays together. There we go. And then I have this art paper, and then I have these art papers that I did just on line paper. So this is an old notebook that had writing in it, and I wasn't going to use the notebook anymore because I just wasn't. First off, it just was like, I don't know, the vibe in the notebook, it needed to be reset. And I know that sounds strange and kind of new agey, but if the notebook doesn't have the right vibe, then it just feels like I'm not doing the right thing. Okay, so let's put these aside for a moment. We're gonna clip them together. I'm gonna put them aside, and then we're gonna see what we can do. I am gonna cut this down. I need my deco cutter. There we go. So because our notebook is, or our journal is 5 by 7, we want our pages to be a little shorter than that. Let's take this guy off right there, and then Yeah, there's a unicorn right here. That's why there's, I'm like, why is there a circle in the middle of this page? So what I was thinking is, because I don't really like the black on there, let's put ink the edges and put this on here. And I'm just doing it really light, and I'm doing just the edge. I'm not trying to like distress it or anything. I'm more trying to highlight the edge so it stands out. Okay, I'm gonna run over here or roll over here and grab yeah, we want this one. There's another art foamy one and I haven't been able to find him. He disappeared. Okay, so we're gonna grab some stamps. I'm gonna grab the purple ink, which is over here, if I don't knock everything over. Purple, let's get purple, green, blue. Let's bring in Mermaid Lagoon, fossilized amber, and tea dye. Distress oxides. And we'll grab the black ink as well. So yeah. Okay. Oh, and we're gonna need gold splatter stuff. I wish I could find that stamp. I think it's in my bin though. Well, I'll find it someday. Okay, so we've got some distress oxides here, and we've got some archival ink. So we got that all taken care of. And then we want some background. This is just this is me playing. This is my playground right here. So we're gonna fold this in half like that. And we're gonna take this stamp and we're gonna ink this up with some purple ink. This is Petunia. And we're gonna just make it look like someone was taking a note. So, listen here, you. There we go. There we go. And then that can go there like that. Groovy. And then we're going to take this side. Okay, and I do have some a new stamp. I have the Tim Holtz Cracks and Specks. So we might use those. Oh, and I've got that font too. So there's some I'm really particular and not particular at the same time. If that makes any sense whatsoever, please let me know. It's like I have a certain aesthetic that I like for my stamps. And I don't really care what it looks like per se, like, but I want it to look a certain way. I know, I'm an enigma. It's okay. So I'm not going to use this one on this page. I might use it on the next page though. So I'm going to take the red ink. This is Mulberry Archival. This is, what is her name? Wendy Vetcher, I think is her name. This is her color palette, which some of her colors I really, really love. Some of them not so much. And then we're going to take this and we're going to go like this. And yes, I could be using a stamping block, but you know, stamping blocks, whatever. Okay, and we got the blue. This is Night Sky. I mean, a lot of these colors are from her, so I can't really say anything. But some of the colors are just plain archival. I do have the Tim Holtz archival inks. I wish more of them came, because these are probably, archival inks are probably the ones I go to the most. And then the Hero Arts, I just got some Hero Arts one just to try them out. Okay, here we go. Perfect. That's the kind of crazy chaos I wanted. Now, and it came through, which is cool. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy, 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 happy. So now we're gonna move these aside for a moment so we can use our glue pad. Sorry about that. Oy. I am excited for November. All this pollen goes away. Oy. I've thought about moving to Arizona just so I don't have to deal with the pollen. But I don't like hot. I don't like hot and I don't like cold. So I like it temperate. So let's flip this over in case there's any glue on there. And then we're going to take this and we're going to glue this down. Maybe, come on, work with me. Oh, okay, I guess it's going right there because that's where it wants to go. All right, now lid on this so I don't put my thumb in there. Okay. So these are 7 inches tall. So we're going to take our decal cutter and we're going to make this a little bit shorter. So the journal itself is 7 inches tall. So we're going to take the decal cutter And that's 6. Let's go a little higher than 6. Because there we go. There. We still have a little piece left, so we can use that for something, or put that in. Put that in. And then, okay, this little edge just doesn't want to stay down, so we're going to put a little glue on him. There we go. And then, so this is going to fold this way, like that. And then we're going to take some washi tape and we're going to make this That's not quite right. Yeah, it is. It should be. Okay, we're gonna get the scoreboard out for this because for some reason I can't visualize it. So 4.5, 4 3/4. Okay, so that's where we're going to fold this. Maybe. There we go. It'll all make sense once you see. There we go. And then we're going to cut this off. So I'm going to highlight this with just some extra ink so I can see where my fold's at. And I'm going to use the decal cutter. It's not going to matter, except for the scrap piece. It'll look cool. So there, and then we need to give this about 1.5 inches. Yeah, 3/4 inch will be fine. There we go. So we have this cool little scrap piece that we can use for collage fodder. And then we're going to get a piece of washi tape and put that on there. There we go. And then we can let this dry. Excuse my cough. No, I don't want that one. I want something with numbers and such. I got this stack. Here we go. I gotta put these tubs away. Let's grab a couple different washi tapes so we have them available to us. This one has crowns on it. I kind of like that. That's kind of cute. And I like this one because this one has that green in it. Come on, there we go. Excuse me. What else? I think my washi tapes are all on the table. Okay, 3 should be good. We've got paper tape too that we can play around with. There we go. I want to put washi tape on this so when it folds, it won't be liable to break. And I want it on this side. Let's use this. This is stubborn tape. There we go. Queen of Coins. Interesting. So I'm going to cut this right there. Stick this in case we need it somewhere. All right. Put some glue on it, because washi tape is temporary and we want this to be more permanent. So just rubbing some glue stick on there, getting it mostly covered. It doesn't need to be perfect. There we go. Where'd my rag go? There he is. Okay. Burnish that down with the rag. There we go. And then we'll snip this off. Which, I don't know what happened to my decal scissors. I think they're in my under drawer or under desk drawer set thing that I got. Okay. Now I'm gonna fold this. Okay, so this goes like this, and this will go in our journal like this. And then it'll flip out. And it's an opportunity for us to use a hidden paper clip to keep it closed. So there's that. Trust me, not all of these take this long. Okay, some of them do. A lot of them do. But I'm gonna put the lid on this. There's the lid. I'm gonna move and put that back in its little cubby. I'm gonna move these out of the way because we are going to play a little bit, and I don't want everything getting covered in paint and ink and stuff. But before we do that, I'm gonna finish cleaning this real quick. So I'll dump this back in here. Okay. There we go. And now it should come out really easily with a T-pin or a corsage. I think these are corsage pins. So now, oh yeah, that comes out so much easier. I just soaked it in water. It's not even warm water. It's out room temperature. Poked my finger. Okay, so there is a hair in there. Okay, where did I have a pair of tweezers? Somewhere in this disaster area I call a desk. Where did they go? There they are. They were on the other side of the handle. So take a tweezers and use them to scrape the sides out. And this has, what's it called? Embossing powder residue all over it, and I just got that inside the tip here. So that was pleasant. There we go, that's working better. Bamboo skewers are like the best art tool. There we go. I need to get a clean one though, because this one's getting kind of gooped up. And the tip isn't as sharp as it used to be. Okay, now we take this. And we're just using it to stab the sides and pull. So I'm going along the side and then I'm pulling out, because there is a big glob of dried glue right there. I can see it. Okay, so we're gonna take this guy. Do I have a thin needle that'll fit through here? I don't think so. Nope, that's too big. I think all my needles are, my fine needles are put away right now. I was gonna try and just use a piece of thread. Oh, you know what we can do? We can do it this way. We can push this through and then get a piece of thread, just any finer thread. This is a needle threader, so I'm using, it's really long. I love these things. They were like $3.99 for like 30 of them. 20 of them or something. Then we just pull that through and hopefully pull some of the gunk. Okay, pull that off. All right. Haha, it worked. Kind of like flossing your teeth. Okay, we're going to try it a different way now. We're going to double it up. Or we could probably use a thicker thread, but I know this one works. So this is a mending thread. It's Japanese mending thread. And I used it on a journal last night, and I don't know if I like it. I got it at the Painted Raven, so there we go. Now it's all glued together. There we go. Okay, so okay, put the end of the string in my mouth. Probably not the healthiest thing for me to do, but oh wow, that's coming really clean. It's like a scrub brush, only not. There's one big chunk right there. Okay, now I think we're good. I can see all the way through that hole. That is epic. Okay, so take a needle threader, a long one. Put it through your tip that is mostly clogged. Okay, you still gotta be able to get the thing through it. And then I'm using this finer thread and I'm going to triple it up. Actually, I probably could quadruple it up, but let's just triple it up for today, for right now. We don't want to get too fancy. Okay. I did single, double, and now I'm going to try triple. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to try. Okay. And make a little end. There we go. Pull it through gently, gently. And then once you get the string, then use the string to pull it through, not the needle puller or the needle threader. Because you don't want to break your needle threader. I need pliers. There's my pliers. Because my fingers don't want to grab that. There we go. Okay, I think we got this. So I'm putting, if I had a better way to do this, actually, hang on. I got a better way to do this. There's more than one way to fry a chicken. Not really. Roasted chicken wins every single time. Okay, so I'm going to take this and I'm just, I'm kind of angling it like this so I'm getting the edge. And I just have this, I have it clipped to one of my bins on my table. And there we go. Is it spotless? No. Is it better than it was? Oh, hells yeah. There's still one little clump that just doesn't want to come out. It's like, no, hell no, we won't go. Oh yeah? You're gone now. Sorry, babe. Okay, perfect. Now, let's get this glue mixed up. Do I have another bottle of art glitter glue? I think I do. Somewhere. I know I bought one. This is the one from Amazon. I know I have another bottle because this bottle's almost gone. I don't want to use up all my glue, mixing glue. So I'm just going to put a little bit in the bottom here. And then we'll put the metal tip back on. So this is I think this is a 4-ounce bottle. So I'm putting about an inch of glue at the bottom. And then I'm going to take this glue water. I need to wash that. I'm going to shake this up. And then I'll put equal amounts. Let's see if that works for our purposes. Why did that? Okay. My screen just went all wonker-doodle. Okay. We need this. Why did I put that over there? So this is distilled water and art glitter glue. Because when I clean out the bottle, why does this not want to work with this? These came with this bottle. All right. Well, I don't know how else to get it in there. Let's put a little in there. Let's use this, see if this helps. Push it down in there. Nope. You know what we're gonna do? Well, first off, we're gonna get off the, I'm just gonna put it on the towel. Oh yeah. Why did this work last time and it's not working now? Because you weren't on camera last time, Tish. And every time you're on camera, shit don't work. Okay, so we're gonna use this and we're gonna fill it to right about there. There. All right. Now we're gonna put this lid on very loosely. Don't crank it down because then you won't be able to get it open. I'm gonna take this one, wipe it down, put it back on this bottle, and then we're gonna take this and we're gonna shake it up. And yes, I have ball bearings in this bottle. So it helps mix the glue up. That worked great. I can't believe that. It's like dental floss. It was awesome. Okay. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking with Crisco, as my grams used to say. So now, oh, I need that needle. I can put our freshly cleaned metal tip back on the bottle. And I always give it an extra little twist, even though I don't think it does anything. And then we're gonna put a regular corsage needle in there just for now, because that thing, it's pretty, but it gets annoying after a while. Okay, now this should be dry. So let's glue the other side. Let's glue the sides down so that can dry. And then while that's drying, see, everybody told me, oh, your ADHD just stands in your way. No, my ADHD is my superpower, yo. I can multitask like a queen. What's that? The Gen Zers say, slay, or is that millennial? I don't know. I think it's cute. It makes me giggle every time I hear someone say that. It's like, oh. Okay, so now is the test to see if this actually works the way I want it to. Okay. Now, make sure these are pressed down. And then we go hit these. What I usually do is spread it out a little bit. And then fold it over. And it doesn't need to like stay permanently because we're going to stitch this. I'm just trying to get it to stay long enough for me to be able to stitch it. Okay. That piece of cardboard got a little bit too wet, so it's a little squishy, which is fine. It'll dry. Get my spatula. and use that to hold it down so my fingers don't stick. Okay. I'm just going to put a line of that in there. Now the reason why I use the watered down version is because it soaks into the fabric and stiffens the fabric. But this is some really heavy fabric, so I'm struggling. Okay, so we're gonna have to take our parchment. We're gonna have to do this in multiple stages. And you're probably saying, well, why don't you just sew it the way it is? And because I don't sew a straight line when things lay nicely. And I'm not even trying to sew a straight line, really. It's just, but we can get the two sides done because I got another clip. Let me go grab another clip. Got one in my toolbox. Because I'm Tish, the tool woman. There we go. Now I have several toolboxes that I use when I teach classes or when I'm going to do a live presentation or a live demo. And we're going to take, is this, I'm actually going to throw that away because that's got embossing powder all over it. So we're just going to take our scissors and we're going to cut the bottom of that off. And we'll get new parchment. Now I got the hiccups because I'm frustrated. But this is going to look cool. It's going to look really cool and I'm really going to like it and it's going to be good. So we're going to put a little glue there. And then we're going to put a little glue here. Oh, look at that. That is so beautiful. Okay, then we're going to fold this over just like that. The string is going to come off. There we go. Throw that in the string corner. Okay, so I have one more of these boards to do with this fabric. So I'm gonna probably do that in advance next time. I didn't think anything of it. I've done fabric like this. It's kind of heavy duty and it never had this kind of problem, but I think this might be outdoor fabric. Therefore, it's got a coating on it. So it's being obtuse. So we're going to put this aside to dry. Right there. And then we'll do the other ends. So let's get our caps on these. Oh, there's the other clip. It was right in front of me. Good Lord. There are days. There are days. There are days. Okay, we're going to put that up there, and that up there, that over there. I gotta bring this down to the office so I can paint my nails in the morning when I have coffee. Well, it's not really painting them, it's that protein treatment or whatever it is that makes your nails stronger. So I need all the help I can get. I eat 20 gummy bears a day to get the gelatin because I don't like Jell-O. It's a texture thing. Don't come at me. Now, Jell-O shots I can do because it's like instantaneous. You swallow it whole. It's not a big deal. Okay. So let's play a little bit. Let's move this and bring back down our parchment. Now, if you don't have one of those fancy glass mats or even a fancy silicone mat, you can use parchment. Parchment paper, you can get it at Dollar Tree. Lay it down, tape it down if you're going to do a lot of wet stuff. But because I'm not doing a lot of wet stuff, I'm just, but the fan is going, so maybe, no, that's not heavy enough. So maybe we do want to tape this down. It's lifting up. Okay, you know what? We're gonna take this mat. I would use the silicone mat, but it's kind of small for what I want to do. So we're gonna take the mat, I'll fold it over this like so, and that should keep it down. Groovy. Okay, and then we'll take our cup here that needs to get filled with water. I've got all my brushes in it and it doesn't even have water in it yet. Okay, so we're gonna take this fossilized amber. I'm gonna smish, smish, smish. And I got tea dye the other day. This I got at Painted Raven. And if you want to support a small business and get some really cool stuff, I have the link to their website down below, and there is a discount code because we love you and we want to help you out. Okay, and then I'm going to come in with, this is Mermaid Lagoon, I think, yep. And I'm going to put that right over the top of the tea dye, and then I'm going to kind of rub it over here so that way I get the Mermaid Lagoon, or I decontaminate it. Now you can see I'm kind of all over the place. It's okay. We rock this. And then we're going to mist this with water, and I'm just going to use my mister bottle. Maybe. I dropped it the other day, and ever since I did that, it's been really wonky. Now, you can use your fingers to mess this up. Just kind of go like this. If you don't want to use your fingers, you don't have to. You can use a mop brush, you can use whatever. And see, that's what I wanted. It was the green, because I knew that fossilized amber and Mermaid Lagoon came together and did this really cool green. So I'm gonna take this paper and I'm gonna mist this paper. Okay, and then I'm gonna lay it down right about there. And I'll let that sit right there, just like so. Soak that all up. We'll let it sit there for just a second, because I'm gonna go grab, I've got Twisted Citron, which is my absolute favorite. And I need to bring some reds in here. No, because the back cover is green, blue, and white. So I don't need to bring red in. That was the one I was working on last night. Okay, so Twisted Citron, and I've got this blue spray dye that I made. So we'll pull this up, flip it over. See, it did that kind of fun speckly thing. Then I'm going to spray this with rubbing alcohol because it dries faster. And then I'm going to come in with blue dots. And I put the rubbing alcohol on there because I want the dots to kind of spread out a little bit and bleed. And then the Twisted Citron is probably my favorite Tim Holtz color. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a bright color person, but I love it. If I could marry it, I would. And so we're gonna spritz, and then we're gonna flip this over like so. And then we're going to smush it down because I want that color to come through. And you can see it's coming through. So is the blue. Okay, now we're going to take this crackle stamp. Which I got on Amazon Prime Days. Normally I don't buy new stamps unless they're on sale, especially when they're Tim Holtz, because they're so expensive. Okay, so we're just gonna take this stamp. This is the crackle stamp. And we're gonna hit it. I have tea dye ink, don't I? Don't I? Oh no, I have antique linen. Ooh, but scorched timber would be perfect. So we're gonna do scorched timber distress ink. Oh, I didn't prime these. I just opened them. I usually prime them, but it's okay. Because we're just gonna go along the edges. Okay, and we're just gonna kind of do this. And you'll notice I'm not pressing there. And I'm not inking the whole thing. This is a lot more bold than I thought it was going to be. Which is just fine by me. Still got that straight line. I wonder if I just... Every stamp has a learning curve, I swear. So we're going to do this to there. Okay, now that that's done, we're going to hit it with the rubbing alcohol because it dries faster and it'll help kind of meld everything together. All right, I'm going to pick this up. And let that dry. Yeah, I like that. Okay, put it right here. Fan's blowing right on it, so we're off to the races. Now, I'm going to do this one a little bit differently. Where'd it go? There it is. I'm going to take our rubbing alcohol and we're going to get all this together and we're just going to press it down, because I just want splotches of color. I don't necessarily want splatters. I just want it to be a little bit more visually appealing. I'm going to take a little bit of water, do a little bit more on this side. A little bit more on this side. I want it to look like, oh, someone got paint all over it. You know, I want it to look like accidental. I don't want to look like I intentionally put blobs on this piece of paper. Okay. And we're going to come back with some splatters. Because we're going to stamp on this too. So we're just kind of giving it a background. Because I got a couple of new stamps that I want to try. They're not new, like I just bought them. I bought them a while ago, actually. This is like February. Up until June-ish, I just was having a really hard time. So, and I'm not going to use the Twisted Citron. I'm just going to use the blue. We're going to let this dry. So that's cool. Now, I don't know if this is going to spray. Oh, it is. Okay. And then Twisted Citron. And then I need my coffee. Where'd my coffee go? Not the coffee to drink, the coffee to spray. There is a difference. I would not want to drink this spray stuff. Ugh. Okay, that's black ink. There's my coffee spray. Now, I use coffee instead of water to activate the Twisted Citron. It does this really cool thing. So, coffee. There we go. Now I'm going to turn on the hair dryer, so I'm going to mute the microphone. Okay, so I had this on low heat, and so it doesn't make big splatters, like, so it doesn't blow things away. Okay, this guy's got to go in there because that's just so stinking cute. I saw that. It's part of my freebie that's on Ko-Fi. I saw it and I was like, I have to have that. That's so stinking cute. Now this is green gold, and we're just going to try and get it more around the edges than anything else. Because most of this, like this spot, isn't going to be seen. So I'm giving this a good stir. And we're just going to tap some gold splatters around the edges. Because what is life without gold splatters? Now you can do it this way too, but I find that if I do it the other way, I have a little bit more control. And I don't get gold splatters all over my desk. But if you saw my desk right now, you'd be like, Tish, are you really concerned? All right, I'm going to set this over here because we're going to use that again. And I'm going to bring out the hairdryer again and get these gold splatters dried. Let's mute the microphone. Okay, so we're gonna take some, I gotta find my blue dauber. It's purple. Blue. I'm in the process of reorganizing everything, so I can have everything, like I can just turn around in my chair and it's right there. The way I had it originally set up is working, just not as well as I wanted it to. So, and once I get it all set up and all the decorations up, which will probably be by the end of August, I'm hoping. I'm doing a little bit every day. And I'll do a studio tour. Maybe I'll do a live studio tour. Why not? Because I think I can bring in my phone as a camera. I'll have to do a little research. I just want the edges a little bit darkened. So that's why I'm coming in with the blue, and I'm keeping it fairly straight and using the poof of the sponge, I guess you'd say, to give me my border. we go. Very cool. The gold still needs to dry a little bit more because it's still wet, see? So that's why I kept my thumb in the middle. I didn't want to wreck anything. But there's the back card. So we're gonna let this dry. I say that a lot. Let this dry, let this dry. And then we're gonna do a little factory reset here. Put things away that we don't really need right here sitting next to us. And now you can use parchment. You just have to use, there's a special kind of glue, or you can use it as part of like a wraparound thing. You can use it as a closure and staple it. You can staple parchment. So don't throw your parchment away. Unless it gets, what is it called? Embossing powder. Then we have to have words. Okay, so these turned out pretty cool. This is the first time I used that stamp, and it's a lot more bold than what I thought it would be. So, I'm okay with it though. I'm okay because we're gonna come in with some other stamps. We got this text stamp. Let's do this one, and then we're going to do this in purple. Actually, let's do it in black. I don't use enough black. I always use color. Did I grab my black? Yes, I did. Now this is just archival jet black. Not my favorite black. I like black soot better, but I need to get a re-inker from my pad. Because the pad is fine, and I refuse to buy a new pad if the pad is still good. So we're going to take this and just kind of take it everywhere. Do it up here too. Okay. There we go. I think it's almost done. There we go. Okay, and then I'm gonna put my rig down. I gotta go dig in my bin of stamps. Let me see if I can find. Oh, there she is. I found her. So let's do this in blue. And let's do a little pop of red. And let's do this other dragonfly in green. think I got him a little off kilter. That's okay. Now, I need my rig. I don't like this misty stamp thing. It's not my favorite thing. But sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, that green did not show up, which is fine. It's very subtle. Now I want to do just the stamp on this side. So let's get our blue out. And the cool thing about what I do is I like to take, excuse me, I got the hiccups now. I like to take stamps and combine them. Like I'll put purple down and blue and just do an ombre thing. Now I got the hiccups, I apologize. I'll put him down. Okay. There we go. But I like to do kind of an ombre thing, and that's what we're going to do on this one. We're not going to do the dragonfly. We'll do something different. But if you're worried about tainting your pads, then don't do it. They make ombre pads, you can buy them, but it doesn't bother me. Even if I was card making, it wouldn't bother me because that's just my style, my aesthetic. Okay, we should be good. Oh, that's beautiful. I love it. I love it. So we got this, and then just a simple stamp there. Let's do the blueprint, because this kind of looks like a blueprint thing. We're going to do this in this dark brown, which is Hero Arts Cup of Joe. I think the contrast will help kind of tie this all together if we get to that part where we need it. And I'm really just kind of randomly squishing some areas really hard and then everything else is really light. And I'm going to take this and go right here, like that. And I'm going to lay this down right here like that. And then we're going to come back and hit this again. There. 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 There we go. Okay. And this I'm just going to leave like that, but we might come in just to help anchor it. We're going to put this right here. It's very subtle because it is brown. We're just trying to anchor it to the corner here. There. Let's do. There we go. That just kind of anchors it to the corner. We can do perfect. Okay. So now we've got two pieces of paper because we can cut this off here and use it as a page. And then we can cut this one off here and use this as, you know, use this as a page because it doesn't need to be perfect. So for this journal, I'm gonna probably use this one. So now let's decorate this one. Listen, piece of paper, I need you to stay up there. Thank you. So this is done. Let's cut this off really quick while it's still in our brain. At least for me, I have to do this while it's still in my brain. So we're gonna do, I'm just using the decal edge because it's the easiest. So we're gonna go 3 inches from the end of the E. That gives us an inch. Yeah, so cut this here. So shoot, that'll work. That'll actually, you know what? I like that. We'll put that in the pile. And then we're gonna decal all the edges. I thought it was closer to the edge and it wasn't, but it's okay. So you don't have to buy scrapbook paper. You don't have to buy someone's digitals. You can even use free digitals as inspiration and, you know, rock it. Okay, so we're gonna do this one. So we didn't even need to. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna have this peek out like this. So we're gonna fold it 5 1/4. I don't know where. Okay, so right. Let's do 5 and a. You know what? This will be easier. 2 1/2. There we go. And then there we go. So this will go in our journal like this, and then it can flip out like that. Okay. Oh, do we check and see? Oh, no, it's not 7. Okay. So we need to cut a 1/2 inch here and a 1/2 inch at the bottom. Oh, yeah. At least I checked it before I got all gangbusters on it. Okay, so we're gonna cut this right here. And let's lay this flat so we can get an aesthetic of what this is going to look like. So there we go. And these are smaller than my thumb. This one is. Although they're kind of cool, so I might just keep them as like something to do a border piece with. There we go. Sometimes doing the little journals is hard. Let's get this guy. Which side do we like the best? I like this side the best. So let's cut him right here. And I am just using the decal cutter because it's handy. And we're gonna do right there and right here. There we go. Okay, set this aside. And I'm going to take this. Are we going to take this off? Or are we going to? Let's get my goddess stamp. I got a goddess stamp. Actually, a couple of them, and I love them. So first, I'll do the backgrounds. Yeah, we gotta do it that way. I suppose we could do it this way. No, I like it this way. Okay, let's get ours. And you're like, oh, Tish, you don't need to use stamp paper. You got stamp paper right here. Yeah, I do kind of need to use stamp paper. Okay, let's bring in brown. That's black. Hold on, I gotta find my brown. There it is. I'm actually gonna do brown and red. And we're gonna use this stencil. This I got at the Painted Raven. It's called Visible Image Stencil. The name of it is Distressed Brick. $6.22 at the Painted Raven, but there's a discount code in the description. I am not an affiliate for her. I just love her. She's like this really cool person, like almost like a sister. Like I would do anything to help her if I could. So we're going to take this brick stencil and we're going to do just the bottom of it. Okay. We're going to do brown. I mean, she's probably got one of the coolest shops I've ever been in. She's doing exactly what I would want to do if I had the means to do so. Okay, and then we're going to come in with the red. Where did the red go? There it is. Yeah. And this we're just going to kind of do in spots. So it's darker in some spots and lighter in others. Because I'm not going to do a lot. I just want to do some whoop accents. Okay, that's cool. Now we gotta line that back up again. Maybe. Goodness sakes. Okay, I'm shaking too much. I need to take a deep breath. And then we're going to take these and we're going to wiggle the paper around. Not, there we go. That's close enough. I'm going to put this on there so we don't splatter on the rest of the paper. And we're just going to like that. Okay, and I'm going to dry this real quick. Okay, I got these on clearance at Hero Art a few months ago, and I was playing with them, and I really love these. I think the moon goddess would be perfect right there. So I always think lunar, I always think purple. I don't know why, it makes no sense to me, but it is what it is. So we're gonna do her in purple. And I want it to be really predominant. I'm just tapping, I'm not squishing, I just tap. And we want her right there. Hopefully it works, because I'd be really sad if it didn't. I'm not a very good stamper. I don't use stamps very often. It's almost perfect. Okay, now we're gonna take, here's my little script stamp. We're gonna take a little bit of coffee and we're gonna anchor her with some script. Actually, let me hit this with the hairdryer so it can dry. I don't want to screw it up. Okay. Take just lightly put some script in just to help anchor it. There. So, yay, it worked. I love it when a plan comes together. All right, let's put, no, we're not gonna do that. So there is the lunar goddess. I think we're gonna ink her up with just some, let's do some Mermaid Lagoon, but I need to get the dauber for this. I don't think I have it out. So, nope, I don't have glue. So red is oxides, yellow is inks, and you can see how many I have out right now. So I gotta put them all away. And I'm doing Mermaid Lagoon. I would do this in an ink. But I don't have the ink, I just have the oxide. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to layer, I'm going to take this oxide and we're going to bring it in here too. Okay. And then take the blue. And we're going to hit just the edge. Okay. And then we're going to take a cup of joe. We're going to get the bottom edge. And then just kind of lightly do the bottom edge here. And then flip this back and do this, just a little bit of black, just to help bring out the fold. There we go. Yep. Okay, brown. That's not my black dauber, but it'll work. Okay, so we got this one. We got our background. Where did that other guy go? Oh, crap. Oh. Got our other pages here that we need to cut down. Oh, what did I do with it? Oh, that's right, I put it here. So this is too big. What size is this? So we need to make this a little shorter. Which is fine. We're just going to make it just a wee bit shorter. Yep. I don't want to cut that off, but we need to make this a little shorter. So we're going to measure. Right there. Okay. And then there's that guy. So there we go. So that is a right or left. This is a right. This is a left. Okay. And it all makes sense once we start putting this together. We'll get our papers ready and then we'll glue down the other edge. Okay, so let's move these out of the way so we can stack them up. Okay, here it is. So we need to start it there. There we go. Perfect. There, I like that. Okay, so we got 2 left and 1 right. Our centerpiece. Now let's get the rest of these done. I don't need this anymore. So I've got the hiccups again, I apologize. Come on, there you go. So we're gonna do okay, that's extra. We'll do that right at 6. Okay, so that's neutral. That can go either way. Let's that's extra. That can go either way up though. I do like to have it, you know, so it kind of shows through. So where's my blue? Okay, and then we'll cut this at about 1 inch. Extra. And this is a lefty. So we're going to decal edge this guy. And then we're going to turn it around this way. Yeah. And I'm going to get my scoreboard really quick. We're going to do 3 1/4. And then go. Decal the top and the bottom. Put that over there. And then this is right. Okay. This is cardstock. And I wanted this to show, so in fact, I think this might be our cover. I don't know. We'll see. So let's make it a little bit bigger. We'll make it right at 6. And then 4 is our 4.5. So 5.5. And we'll just cut it there. We can always cut it down more. Okay, these are extras. See, I'm wondering, I actually am thinking of doing the Earth Goddess on here. Yep, we're gonna make a cover. We'll use that for the cover. Okay, so let's do 5.5. Extra. Okay. Thank you. Little flip. This can go either way, but I kind of like it on the, I like that on the right. It's got 3 and 3. Actually, I'm gonna leave that. And we're gonna do this is left. We're gonna make this one a right. So we're just gonna roll this up. It's too wide, because it needs to be 4. Yep. So let's try this again. It should be. That'll be good. I think what we're going to do is we're going to take and we're going to put this in here after we ink it. Brown. this right here like that. I'm gonna put this aside just for a minute so we can get this last page cut. I really like that corner, so I'm gonna leave that corner. There's that. And then cut this at 5.5-ish. There we go. So this can be a right or a left. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, do this. Okay, so these are my extra big pieces, big-ish pieces. Over there. Clip these together so we have them in one spot if we decide we want to do some more stuff, like tags and stuff, pockets, what have you. Okay, so in fact, this could be a pocket. Yep, we'll do that in a minute. I want to get this down. The reason why I want to do something like this is just to give it a little bit more, strength when it's folding. So my fold is right here. So I want this to cover the majority of that. So we're going to take our glue stick, hold it down, and get at least the center part adhered. And then we can go back and get the rest of it. And put the glue mat down because sometimes there's crinkles underneath. So we'll get the rest of this glued down. There we go. Okay. Let that dry, that goes there. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, and we're at 3. Okay, Bassini. get... I want purple. Oh, Lord have mercy. There it is. I need to go get my purple dauber. So every color except for black and purple, but I know what purple's at. It's right here. Purple. First we're gonna... Okay, so we've got that. Sharpen that edge. And then we're going to do a little spot so it says, "Hi, I'm a pocket." There we go. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay, and this should be dry. No, it's still a little damp. Hang on 1 second, I'm gonna get a sip of coffee. Okay, now it's dry enough for us to get this tucked in like so. And I think I'm gonna put a piece of washi right here, just because I want to make sure it doesn't rip. Because I've had one rip already on me, but it was antique paper, like over 100 years old. This is not antique. It's vintage, but it's also been put through the ringer because I did art. This is something akin to what I did here, where I ink it and I stamp it. This is an original piece that I played around on before I did some bigger pieces. So I always like to do that. One of the things I need to do too is work on the journal that I'm going to do for the Hog-Eye Festival. I was going to do wall art, but I think I'm going to do like an interactive journal for for the art show thing. So, okay. Wait, that's straight. This, oh, these are both straight. Well, let's just do a decal edge here because it wants to. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna snip it with the scissors. I'm gonna put the scissors down before something bad happens. Okay, and cut that. I would hit it with sandpaper normally, but this is really just really delicate paper. So I don't want to damage the paper hitting it with sandpaper. That seemed redundant, but okay, so this is going to flip out, and then we have our fold here to go around the back. I feel better now. There we go. And that's a right hand fold. There we go. Okay, so we can kind of get some semblance of order of how we're going to do this. I feel like this should be on top. Actually, I feel like this should be here. Come on, work with me. See, they're so close in size. It needs to have some kind of break in it. This is kind of bright. Which I like. It needs a pop of color because the other side has pops of color. There we go. And then this guy goes this way. Like so. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 2 more pieces of paper in here. And then we've got I think we're going to take, because we got some more neutrally type paper here. So I'm going to use those other bigger pieces and we're going to put them on this side. So I'm going to fold this a little smaller. There we go. I think we're going to put her here. And then this over the top so she kind of peeks through. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, we don't have to do 7. I like doing 7 though. 7 is a good number. So I'm going to put this one over here, this one over here, this one over here, this one over here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do 7. And then, wait, we need 8. So we need 7 and 8, and then the cover goes on that side, so it's 8 and 8. Yeah. We'll do 7 and 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want that pink. What do I do with that? It's not really pink, it's more peach, but perfect. Let's hit this with some coffee. It's already got a blob of coffee. There we go. I'm gonna dry this. Okay. Let's do this right here. Now we're going to do this right here. That. Okay. We can turn this one into a little pocket too. Where is Vicini? There he is. Come on, go in the hole. There you go. And we're going to make our little divot. There we go. And purple. Okay. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna do it like this. There we go. I like that. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, wait. Put this back here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not going to use that one because I already have a purpley one right here. But I am going to use this one. And we are going to fold this. So it folds like this. And then it folds like this. So I love this big, beautiful thing. And then that, and then that, and then we have a pocket. And then another flip out journaling space. And I'm gonna do this like this. Okay, now we've got our right and our left. And our flop journal. Okay, we need to hit this with some blue. Brown, blue. Now where's blue ink? There we go. Just so the white doesn't show. Okay, I'm gonna flip this out. There we go. Now we do the cover, and then we put it together. And for the closure, we're just going to use a piece of sari silk. So, or chiffon or whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is. I just know I want to use it. Ooh. So, got that right there. Now, it's time to work on the cover. And I want to use, this is the stamp, because I have the moon goddess, the lunar goddess, whatever you want to call her. I have her in there already. So we're going to take just trying to think of a stencil or something for what I want to do for the background, because I don't want to take away from this too much. So, and I want to bring in our colors that we have, which are these. That's why I grabbed that and this blue, and there's black. So let's figure out what we need for the cover at least. So that's 5 3/4, which we're gonna do 4 3/4, and then 4 1/2. So this is our cover, and we have a little spine too. So she can go right here. Okay, I think I know how I'm going to do this. I'm going to grab my piece of parchment. Actually, I might use this. No, there's too much paint on there. I got to wash that off. Let's grab this piece of parchment that we used last time. And tuck it in like we did last time. That worked really well with the fan going. And so what I think we're going to do is we're going to come around with the purple. And then we're going to hit this with the Mermaid Lagoon. And then we're going to mix this with some coffee. And then we're going to hit it with rubbing alcohol. And then we're going to dry it. Okay, and now we're gonna take, now that it's nice and dry, I'm gonna take our blue and I'm gonna hit it with blue, dry it, hit it with the oxide spray, and then hit it with the water, mist it with some water or rubbing alcohol to get that to activate, dry it, and then I'm gonna stamp her in a dark brown ink, maybe black. I think I'll do black. We'll do black. Okay, so we're gonna hit this with some splatters. I'm gonna dry this, and then I'm gonna hit it with this, and then with this. Okay, but I'm gonna dry this, and I'm gonna do it all and just meet my friend through the whole thing. That is some really fine powder on a really fine line, and it was really not fine trying to look at it. But it's embossed now, so it gets a little shimmer to it. And I guess one of these this color here must have some micas in it. I don't remember putting micas in it, but it's sparkly. So okay, now that is done. Let's get the light brown, and we're going to anchor her. And we're going to do a little bit of text at the bottom. Like this. And then a little text on the side here. Like that. And then a little here. Okay. Let's do one little boop right there. There we go. And then grab this text. And we're going to do it a light green, which is over here. Okay, where to go? Oops. And then, what other color do we want? We can do sepia. Oh, and I got this other one, this Memento Sweet Plum, but I don't think I want to use that for this one. Okay, so I've got this in sepia, and then I've got another one that I want to do, which is right here. It's a new stamp that I got at the Painted Raven. We're going to do that in green. We're going to blend this green and the dark green together. Maybe, there it is. So do those two, and I just want to do a little bit of text here. So it looks like a different language. Just right there. Maybe we'll put this right here. There we go. And I'm just going to kind of put this off the corner there, so it's on the spine. Okay. And then we're going to take this one, maybe, if I can get it out. Now this is a Christmas, it says Distressed Christmas, but it doesn't look like Christmas to me. And then we're going to use this in green. Take this off. Like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit it with the dark green first, which is not that dark, and then the light green. And then we're going to take this and we're just going to put it right there, like that. Okay. And then we're going to take the light green. Oop, the dark green first. Okay. And it's going to be upside down, but I don't care. We're going to do there we go. There we go. Now we're going to take this side. And there we go. So that turned out really cool. Okay, now, crap. I think, yeah, this was the dark green, this is the light green. So fern green and seagrass. I know she has the seagrass at, she being Stephanie, at the Painted Raven. I'm 99% sure she has seagrass, because I told her it's a very pretty green, and it is a very pretty green. So we're going to take, we're going to do one more thing. We're going to take our scrap paper here from before. We're going to take this, we're going to ink it up. One last thing, and this is just because it's scrap paper. It doesn't need to be perfect, but I want to take, her hand never seems to print right. So we're going to cut her out. And I want to get fairly close to her. So I'm going to cut this out. I want to use it as a mask. And it doesn't have to be perfect, just close enough. And I'm going to cut where her hand is. So that way, it can look like she has gold on her hands, because we're going to gold splatter. And I'm not cutting these straight. I'm getting like veritable widths away. I'm even dipping into her skirt a little. There we go. So there's that. I want to use that as a mask, but before we can do that, we need to get some tape to tape it down a little bit because I don't want it to lift. Excuse me. Some frog tape here because where my blue tape went, I have no idea. It's probably in a bin somewhere because I've cleaned my desk off like 3 times now and I've yet to put all the stuff away. So we're just gonna use some frog tape, painter's tape, because it won't tear the paper. I use frog tape when it's really important not to tear. And then we're gonna make this as flat as we can. There we go. There we go. And then I'm gonna line up her hand like that. That's good enough. And then we're gonna splatter this with gold, dry it. Again, this is my green gold combination. And I like to give it a really good stir before I use it. There we go, now we should be good. And there, that should take away the fact that her hand didn't print. Okay. The hand just, I don't, that's the one fault I have with these stamps is that the hand is like so close to the edge. It's like it didn't get cut right, so there's no hand there. So I'm gonna dry this real quick. Okay, I'm gonna let this finish drying. I just, you can kind of see how it is. Sanderson C, wonderful to see you if you're still here. I apologize for not checking my chat. I get focused. So I have laser focus when I need to. That's the superpower of ADHD. I am working on a what I call a flippity floppity journal or flip-flop journal. I have how I make them on as a video on my channel. I should probably put that link in the description, huh? But basically I have a notebook in the back and it does the hoe flip flop thing like that, and it goes all the way down, and then the pages fold into each other, and then I tie it, or I have different closures that I put on it. And this fabric that I'm using today is, I believe this has got to be outdoor fabric, because I have never had this problem, and I've made probably 20 or 30 of these journals now. So for me to have a problem with the fabric, today of all days, of course, because, you know, I was up till 2 a.m. making a journal last night for yesterday's live stream. And then today, it's just like, really? Do you gotta do it like this? Okay, so we're just gonna, oh, crikeys. We didn't put the pin back in the glue. And I just spent like literally an hour cleaning that. I am just gonna take some Fabri-Tac and just bite the bullet, because I know that Fabri-Tac will hold it. I just need to get it going. Spreadsheet projects, huh? I don't envy you, but I do have a bunch of spreadsheets that I work with. One of which I am talking to a friend of mine who is a content creator for a very large channel. And I'm like, I know you keep a spreadsheet. What do you keep a spreadsheet of? And he's like, well, I just do it because I'm curious. And I'm like, well, I'm curious too. You can't learn what you don't know if you don't know what you don't know. All right. And I'm okay if these are a little bit big. The corners are a little more rounded than normal. Let's see, where's my spatula? I get these at the Dollar Tree. And I have a bunch in my kitchen because these are great for like when you make smoothies and stuff. Because they're like the perfect size to get into your bullet blender. But I also use them in the art room, studio, whatever you want to call it. Okay, I don't like using Fabri-Tac for this because I'm going to stitch this. And I'm wondering, should I do some gold thread or should I do black? I'm just trying to think of that right now because it's time to go over there and stitch this in a moment. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe I should stitch some of the pages before I put them down and bring in, because I don't do that usually, just because I work on the fly and I don't think about sewing. I try not to think about sewing. But anyway, it is what it is. I'm gonna get this down. I should have started with Fabri-Tac in the first place. But hindsight's always 20/20, right? I don't like sewing over Fabri-Tac because it gums up your needle if it's not completely dry. It gums it up worse than any other glue. So we're gonna let this dry for a solid 5 minutes. Solid. We'll get we can get the base done. There we go. Hey, I did pretty good keeping it straight too. Look at me go. I get excited about the silliest things. It's like, yes, I did good. Okay, so we're gonna put the parchment back on here, put the clamps back on the corners so they stay flat-ish. And then this guy. And I get these clamps at Walmart. On the rare occasion that I go in there, I pretty much grab, they're $1.50 and so I grab like 3 of them. Figure $5 isn't that bad, and I use these for everything. So they're great little clips. I'm gonna put this aside so it can set up and dry. And now this should be dry. And the reveal, hopefully the tape peels off without, oh that, yeah. I like it, I do. Okay. Oh, and I even got some gold splatters on the backside. That's kind of cool. I'm okay with that. All right, I'm gonna put you over there. Let me get a sip of coffee here. Okay. My nose is snuffy. I'm coughing, so I have to get a lot of coffee. I drink iced coffee, and I probably shouldn't be drinking iced coffee because it's got milk in it. Milk doesn't help clear your throat at all, but it is what it is. All right, we're gonna do the finishing touch on this little lady here. So I'm just going to go around with this dark blue. I'm just going to hit the edges. Just tamping down on the edge just to help add a dark frame. Once we get all the elements together, this thing goes together really quick. So if you can have, like, let's say you have, like, you're doing your regular journals, you know, you're doing your regular projects, have a bin of like your half sheets, your quarter sheets, you know, and have like a basket or a bin or whatever you use. And then that way you can sit down and just organize all right, all left. And then you can put together 5 or 6, of these in an afternoon. You can use them as gifts. They'd be really cool to, like, for a bridal I thought it'd be really cool for like a bridal party. You know, the bride gives them to their bridesmaids, and, you know, makes them all similar but different and reflects their personality. And then they have a journal that they can, you know, keep their mementos from the wedding and, you know, the party. And, you know, if it's a destination wedding, you can, you know, they can put their mementos in there. I don't know. It's simple and it's easy, but that's kind of redundant to say both. Of course, it's simple and easy. Everything's simple and easy, right? All right, so we're gonna stack these up and get them out of my way. Move the bottles over. Put the cup, that cap goes on the distressed oxide. And then here is our back. Here is our front. And I almost want to put just like a little ribbon right here to keep this down. Just, yeah, let's get a little ribbon. I've got some organza ribbon over here somewhere that will look really cute. somewhere. I apologize for the fan. If you can hear it. Yes, this is perfect. Excuse me. So what we're gonna do is take this one. I have it taped and pinned, and they're still taped from when it came off the container. So it's all right. So we're gonna take the length of this and probably one more. I'd rather have it too long than not long enough. And this is inexpensive organza ribbon, so. And whatever chunk we have left, we can make a little tag and use it at the top. Okay. See, I love the purple too, but those aren't organza, those are satin. So I wanted organza. Now we're gonna get this straight-ish and even-ish. And let's see if I can tie a bow with glue all over my fingers. I'm just gonna tie a regular bow because it'll be easier, and then when we're done we'll tie a good bow. Actually, that's not too shabby. All right, so we're gonna cut right here. There we go. Turn it around. And we're gonna take some paper tape. Somewhere in this mix I've got some paper tape. I thought I did. There it is. It's hiding. Excuse me. And take some Fabri-Tac and just put some Fabri-Tac on here just to help hold it down. Okay. I'm going to take the spatula and kind of smush it in there. Okay, just like that. There we go. Now we're going to take the glue stick, put it on the fabric tape, get ourselves a piece, cut a straight line. A straight-ish line. And then I'm going to turn this at an angle so I can lay it as close to the edge as possible. And then come in and cut it like that. Okay. And then again with our spatula, we're just gonna kind of push that all down. Burnish it. Now you can put another piece here and another piece here, but I'm not going to. Usually just one is good. I'll move these little pieces away. Take the little piece of tape off my hand. Okay. I'm going to need another roll of paper tape for this, but that's okay. And then we're going to take this and we're going to glue it down so it's a pocket. Okay, so I'm just trying to get a visual of where I want it. So like I know I need to go by that green dot and this green dot. So I'm going to start, and we're going to use our glitter glue for this. And there we go. And I like to kind of smooth it out a little bit. So I make sure that it goes to the corners or to the edge. You don't have to do this part. I just like to. And it just helps keep it from going too far over where you want it. Because it's already spread out, so it's not gonna spooge all over the place. Okay, so green dot and green dot. Green dot and green dot. And that should be pretty well equal. And excuse me. Just gonna take the okay. Now I do this before I put the pages in there. That way I know where it's gonna fold. So we're gonna put the cover to the side here. And then we can get rid of the Fabri-Tac. I'm going to grab another roll of this tape. I'm going to let this kind of sit up a little bit before we go ahead and do that. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to take this off so I can really finish curing. But then this will go on here like this. And then the pages will be on here. And then we'll also have our closure on there too. So I'm wondering, what color I have you know, I'm gonna leave the blue that I have in there. It's kind of it's a denim, so it's kind of like dark blue and light blue, kind of all smudged together. I tried to say merged and it came out smudged. Is anything like a Smurf? Okay, so we're gonna let this, it's still cold, so we're gonna let this dry a little bit longer. Trying to put it off as long as possible. What if we did this along the back? Or is that too much? No. I really love this lace and I haven't used it yet. And it's like, I want to use it on something. Maybe we'll put it... No. No, no, no. I'm getting too complicated. These are supposed to be simple, quick projects. Okay, so that's done. I need to go grab something. I need to go grab my water because my coffee is all gone. So this is left or right, and this is left. And then this goes on the left. See, now you can't tell me that isn't going to be cool. I might put this pink further down in there. I might put the pink last because then it'll pop all this other color too. I don't know. We'll see. All right. I shall return. Okay, whew. I'm in a studio above a garage, so I had to go down the stairs, run into the kitchen, make my water real quick because I didn't make it beforehand because I forgot. Okay, so I'm gonna move this pink one to the back. Not because I don't like it, but because I want the front cover to look a certain way. And I think this, if we put that there, okay, I think we'll be good. Because then the front cover will look something like this, which I really, really dig. Whew. I'm excited. I haven't been this excited for one of these in a long time. Oh, we need to cut this down a little. There we go. Okay, so we don't have our ribbon get. I also washed my hands because they were so full of glue I couldn't even tie the bow. So we're gonna tie this bow, do a loop-dee, do a loop-dee, and flip that over, and there is your nice neat bow. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring out that painter's tape again, so this isn't in our way when we're gluing. Come on. Okay, I should have done that after I got the tape down. There we go. So we're just gonna put a piece of tape right across all of this, and that'll help keep the little bits from flying in. And straighten this out a little bit. And you know what? I think we're gonna decal this edge. Let me just, it's down on the floor. I'll just do it real quick. Just to kind of make it pop a little more. And then I think we'll ink this with the brown so the coffee pops a little more. Just gonna take this, and I'm not even gonna do a lot. I'm just gonna do this and this. There. Now it won't get lost. And I want this to go over that like that. There we go. So we lay this flat, open this up. Like I said, this part goes really fast once you get going. And I got that a little too close to the edge, so I'll wipe that away. Okay. And then, so this one goes on this side. I'm gonna fold that a little bit closer. This is where you kind of adjust your, kind of tweak your folds so they lay the way you want them to. And I want that to lay right there like that. And then we flip it over. I want to do a really big one, like legal size paper, and 12 by 12 paper. I think that would be fun. I know I'm a little crazy, but that's okay. I'm okay being crazy. And then this one, well, this one we had to cut down again because it's too tall. So I'm gonna grab this so I can see better. As long as we don't cut off his tail, which is right there. Actually, if we cut off his tail, it's not gonna make me cry. And then we should ink the edges of this paper. Okay, so right about there should be good. That over there. Excuse me. Now that should be good. Yep. Beautiful. Okay. What color should we ink this in? I'm gonna do the dark green. Do I have my green dauber over here? I don't think so. It's over here. Let me grab it. Okay, so let's ink this up. Let's move you over. And again, just the edges to help so they don't blend into each other, because we've got such beautiful colors going on. And I'm just going to ink the top of this right here and right here. I am going to ink this edge. Good enough for me. So we're going to bring this all the way to the edge like that and push it down really well, and then set it down and gluing this down. There we go. And we pull like that, and now we're going to take some paper tape, and I'm going to put the pin in here because it looks like we might have to rearrange things a little bit. So I put paper tape down every other page now. I used to do it on every one, but it got to be, it was a lot of paper tape, dude. So I'm just going to cut that corner off because that looks more like an arrow than a piece of tape. And I just put some glue stick on here just to help. This just helps keep everything together. And it helps it all lay flat. So when we go to put the back on, we don't have little wingdingers hanging out. Okay. So that one, and this one. Again, we got to cut this one off. did we do? I'm just going to do a little bit off the top and actually a little bit off the bottom. See, there's dragonflies in here, there's goddesses in here, dragonflies, more dragonflies. Okay, so we're just going to do a little bit here. Because I don't want to cut that off, and we can do a little bit more here. Is that going to fit better now? Yes. Okay. Now, get that tucked down. That. There we go. Open this up. There we go. Have a great day. Sorry. Like I said, I get in my modes and I just go, go, go. It's not perfectly straight, but it'll work. See, like we have this little wing dingy and we can put a little glue underneath it, but paper tape is easier. Let's put a needle back in here because I don't want to deal with it getting all clogged up a bit. See, it's ripping because it's at the end of the roll, so it rips really funny. It looks more like an arrow than a piece of tape. Okay. There we go, nice and flat. Next, make sure we have it. So this is what we have thus far. Is that, and then this, this. I think I'm gonna flip. No, I like having that neutral there. Yeah, we're just gonna go with it. At least they're not right next to each other. Okay. There we go. Put that right there. Push these down. Okay. And then this guy needs to be folded a little bit closer. There we go. Okay, we're gonna cut this a little bit shorter. Maybe a lot of bit shorter. We're gonna go right there. Well, how far is this guy? Let's move him up right there. There we go. I'm gonna ink this. I'll use some sepia. This is kind of sepia and black together, so there we go. That behind us again. There, I like that. That looks really good. Really, really good. Okay, so we're gonna make sure we're folding these as we, making sure they're nice and sharp. And then come on, work with me. There we go. Okay, paper tape. It's almost gone. It's all right. I buy these 4 rolls at a time when I go to Dollar Tree. Sometimes 8, depends on what my budget is. They're $1.25, and you add a little glue stick to it, and you can actually make your own washi tapes with these, and it gets fun. And maybe in September I'll do a live and we'll make DIY washi tapes with paper tape, because it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so we're gonna put this right here. I want it down just a hair, because I still want to see that, but I want it bigger at the top. Okay, again, making sure we're getting our creases sharp. It's a little shorty guy. Okay. And then this guy needs to, this little lady needs to come down. Definitely. So it's all good. We'll cut off the brick part, because I really like how far away the brick parts can become a little smaller. So we're gonna do 2 lines, and then we'll re-ink this. There we go. You can save that. Come in handy something for something. Stay where I put you. Thank you. Okay, brown ink. That's black. Here's brown. And we used, do believe we used the Cup of Joe. Okay. Now, if you're doing a little one like this and you don't want 7 pages or 8 pages, you don't have to. You can do 5. You can do 3. You can do as many as you want. I mean, don't go like 30 pages on each side. That would be a little overkill. Okay. Again, we're not going in the crease. We're keeping it towards the edge, so that way it has plenty of space to do its foldy thing. There we go, and there we go. And then we have this one. And it looks like we need to snip this guy down too a little bit. A little bit more than what we thought. I'm okay with that. So, oh wait, what? Oh, I know why, because we went. I'm like, wait a minute, that fits that way. Why isn't it fitting this way? Because we went the wrong angle. So we need to go this angle. Because I don't want to. There we go. Now, we should fit on the edge. So we're going to make sure we get the edges and then the middle. And now we're going to hit this with some brown. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, I'm going to put this right here. Okay, so these are the last 3 pages, so we want to, why is this so crooked? There we go. So we want to make sure that we have them laid out exactly the way we want them to be laid out. So, like that, and then, oh wait, what was this? Yeah, we had an extra page in there, I think. Yep, because I want that to go right to the edge, and it does. All right, let's see. I feel like I'm missing something. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, I had it going the wrong way. And then this is here. Yep. I think. You know what we can do? This here. Actually, let's do calling an audible because I want to use all these pages. They're pretty, and I don't want to. I counted too many, I think. Either I put one on the wrong side. One of the two. Set that there. And we can put this here, like that, and that, and then this, and then this. Perfect. Okay. Yep, I put one on the wrong side. So that goes there. That goes there. So we're gonna make sure this is nice and crisp because we're getting a little chunky. Excuse me. We're gonna have this so it's a surprise. And I think I forgot my paper tape. We'll do paper tape on after this one. So smooch it down. There we go. Oops. Boy, yeah. Okay, let's do paper tape. Should be able to get one more. At least one more. Good deal. I'm all discombobulated. Okay. So let me bring this here, like so. Okay, put our piece of paper tape down. Oh, it's not quite, it's okay, it'll be good enough. Put it right here. Okay. All right, so I'm going to ink this. Okay. Well, let's see. I like that there. But I wonder if we can't move this in a little. And then move this in a little. And then fold this over. And I need to ink the bottom of this because this is decal cut too. Oi. There we go. Let's do just a little bit on this edge. There we go. So go. Perfect. Okay, so this is the last page on here. I'm gonna grab, don't throw these away. These are great for circle making, like mark making when you're doing stuff. And there's another project too that I'm working on. I gotta save up more of them, so we'll see. Okay, got another piece of paper tape. And I can tell this is the new stuff because it's a little different in texture, but it still works the same. It's like smoother, which I kind of like for making DIY washi tape. Okay, put this down right like so. And now it's time for the cover. Okay, so I have a quarter, it's either a quarter inch or an eighth of an inch spine here. So when you're doing a spine, you want to make sure that you're on the last crease. So when you glue it down, you don't glue down your spine. Because ask me how I know. Well, don't really, because you can figure it out. You're smart. Okay. There we go. I'm going to do one more piece of washi tape, or paper tape, across the top here. Just because I can. And then we'll take some brown tape. We'll wait till we get our ribbon on there first. And that way when we go to adhere this to the back of the board, it'll all lay flat and it'll be beautiful. So let's get our sari, silk, chiffon, whatever you want to call it. So put this down. I would, like I said, I'd rather have it be too long than not long enough. So we're going to do a little more than what we think we need. And then a little bit more on top of that. Oy, there we go. So I'm going to pull this up, make it even. And tie our bow. And I'm just going to tie a regular bow for now. There we go. And then we're going to do the same thing that we did with the other bow. Let me get a piece of frog tape. Rivet, rivet. It's been a long day. I only got like 4 hours of sleep. Because after doing that journal last night, I was so excited. I was just so excited. I was just like, and I couldn't fall asleep. Okay, we're gonna do a couple of tags. I'm gonna close this before I put my elbow in it. Okay, so I'm going to grab this, but one thing I wanted to check real quick. Where'd he go? There he is. Let's see if this is ready. Yep, he's ready. So we're gonna glue this down with, this is Fabri-Tac. And we don't need to use a lot. Just need to get it on there. So I put some at the bottom and then I'll flip it around. And do some at the top. There we go. And just make sure it's relatively straight. There we go. Where'd my cup go? I've been using these medicine cups just to kind of keep it from dripping all over the place. All right, now I need my brown tape. Well, where did I put that? I think I know where it's at. I think it's either in this basket full of stuff, which wouldn't surprise me because, yep, I was right. Like I said, wouldn't surprise me because I try to be organized and I'm really not. So this we don't have to put. This is what companies use to pack their shipping boxes. So this is like high tensile strength and all fancy words and sciencey. Okay. So we want right about there and right about there. Okay. And that'll help keep the sari silk on and all the pages on. And I'm just going to burnish this down really well. And yes, this white pencil likes to make white marks, but this is not going to be seen, so it doesn't matter. There we go. All right, we can put this away. We can put this to the side. I don't want to put it on top of my stamps. Okay. So now that's ready to go. Now let's go and let this kind of do this chilling out thing. I'm going to take, excuse me. I'm going to move this decal cutter for now. And I'm going to move this stuff, put the daubers away. They go up there. I'll have to find a new place for them if I do the rearrangement that I think I might do. Because I think it'll give me more storage and more storage under my table. But we'll see. Okay. Don't forget the thing. I don't have a camera set up on my sewing machine yet. Sorry. It's coming eventually. All right. So, uh-oh, is my bobbin getting low? No, we're good. Okay. Turn on this light so I can see what I'm doing. Come on. There we go. And I'm gonna do 4 and 4 for our stitch length and width. And we're going to do a zigzag stitch. Which side do we want at the top? We want that to be, no, we want that to be the top. So we'll start back here. Helps to turn on the sewing machine. There. And they said, let there be light, and there was light. Okay, so I line it up to the edge of the foot, and then the little opening to the foot where the needle comes down, I line that up to the back so I can get as close to the edge as possible. I pull my needle down and I let her rip. Okay, one more stitch and then turn the corner. Okay, turn the corner. Okay, turn the corner. Now watch your strings, because when you're coming up on the end here, all right, finish this last stitch, bring up the needle bobber thingy bobber. Okay, and it's just quick and easy. Oh geez, that's no bueno. It's all right. That's why we have paper towels. I use shop towels actually. Get them at Home Depot. You can get a big box of like 100 or something. They're 10 by 12, no weird seams. Like, I used to use Viva paper towels all the time. Like they were my ride or die all the time. And then they started making these mini sheets, and I'm like, what the flop is this? I want a full-size paper towel for what I'm doing, thanks. All right, I'm gonna put some simple green down on the floor so it doesn't get all sticky as I mop my floor. Hey, I got a clean spot on my floor now, right? That's the highlight of my day, man. It's just vinyl flooring up here, so, and it was Clara's studio, and so I don't want to scrub all her resin drips and glitter, and I just sweep it. I haven't really mopped it. I mean, I've mopped it, but if you're familiar with glitter, you can mop until the cows come home. It doesn't do anything. All right, I've got my seam ripper for this. Excellent. So I take, so this is the front, this is the bottom right corner. That turned out really stinking cute. I love it. And then I pull, so I have black thread on the back. So I pull on the black thread to pull the blue thread to the back, like that. And then I do the same thing over here to pull the blue thread through, like that. And this way, you don't have to, tie a knot. Because who wants to tie a knot? Not me. I have a hard enough time tying a bow, let alone a knot that's worth a snot. All right, then we just take some glue stick, not all that, geez. And then take more glue stick and spread this out. Goodness sakes, Tish. And then you just glue it down like that. Wipe the finger off. Get the little piece of string off there. And I think we're done with the glue stick for a minute. And then cut the threads. Boop. And paper tape. piece over here. Oh, I'll move that because I don't want that on top of that. What kind of stamps are your favorite? I'm still a rubber stamp person. I like my rubber stamps better than those clear ones. But I do have some from Hero Arts that I'm really impressed with. So no judgment, like for real. And you know what's funny is I'll buy them from Dollar Tree. And they work fine for me. All right, so, oh my gosh, this is so stinking cute. Okay. So I do a square and a square, and I'll show you what I mean in a moment here. So the ivory is where our, and you can barely see it on the top here. The ivory is our top, so we want to go about a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch below the top. And then we can make sure that this all gets glued down really well. Okay, so there's my square. And then I do an inner square, about a 1/2 inch from there, and then I just keep going in and making squares. Okay, except for the last is more of a line. And then I make my X. Ooh. And another X. Well, this is more of a cross than an X. Okay, it's like, oh, come on, there's a gloop in there. Okay, now for this one, I go around the edge of the fabric first. Okay, and then I go right next to it. So it's like just a smidge up from the fabric, the edge of the fabric. Okay, and then I do my squares again. Okay, and then we do an X, and we get that corner really well, and we get this corner really well. And then we do the same thing over here, get that corner really well, and that corner really well. And then a dollop here, across, dollop here, same with the middle, dollop, dollop. Okay, now we have that all done. Take this and we just gently lay it down. Gently, because fabric tack will give you wiggle room if you don't press it down real hard right away. Okay, so I'm seeing I've got that paper tape right there that I need to take care of. So let's take care of that. There we go. Should be good now. Yep. All right, so we're even along the sides and even from top to bottom. So now, where did that big piece of parchment go? I know it was up here. At least I thought it was up here. I just cut a big piece of parchment off of it. I wonder if these will work. I think they will. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Okay. So, this should work. So what we want to do is fold the parchment over. And we're going to take 2 clamps, one here and one here. Then we're going to peek underneath and make sure that we're still straight. Okay, I'm going to take another piece of parchment. And we're going to fold it over. And we're going to do one here. And one here. Okay. And then move this down a little bit. Move that in, move this down. Sometimes you have to stack them on top of each other. And this one we don't really need the parchment because we can use parchment from the other ones because we're not going to clamp. We're going to clamp on top of that, and then we're going to clamp. No, where did my clamp go? Ruh-roh-roarge. This is why I buy 2 or 3 more when I go to Walmart. I just set it down right here. I thought I had 6. Okay, well, you know what? I know where there's more. In my toolbox. Okay, that cannot be there. I almost knocked my coffee over again. I need to get like TV trays. Just like those old metal TV trays. That's what I want to find. And can I find one? No. Can I find even a hint of one? No. Okay, so here's one more clamp. Excuse me. Okay, and then we're going to take this and put it right there. And then we're going to take this guy. Oh, do we have a piece of cardstock or cardboard? Mm-hmm. We do in the box. Somewhere in here. This will work. So I take this and I put it here, and this should reach at least part of the way. So sometimes it doesn't. You gotta readjust. There we go. Okay. We are clamped down. You don't want to do it. Oh, that's. We're gonna have to do it because I usually do 2 pieces, but I don't have. There we go. Now I have 2 pieces. And I put that on there on the back. I put 2 layers just so it doesn't make a dent in the fabric. It will a little bit sometimes still, but all right, so that sits for a minute. Let's grab some tags and do some fun stuff. Okay, so that's from yesterday's project. Don't need that. So we have this tag already ready to go. Not a big fan of that. Oh, but we could use this. Okay, we're gonna use that. And that can be a tag. And that can be a tag. That way we have like 3 different sizes. There we go. No, I don't want pink. Nothing against pink, I just don't want it. Okay, and we're gonna put one of these in there. Ink that up. And put these on one of the pages. And this is stinking cute. Okay. So this is going to be a journal card. So let's ink this in blue. Green, purple, brown, black. Of course, it's the last one I touch. And we're just going to get the edge. Okay, there we go. And then I'm going to pull I know they're up here. I thought I had, yeah, they're up here. Okay. Let's see, did I use the turtle? I don't remember if I did. But I got a seahorse. I love seahorses. And we'll do the bear. Because I'm a mama bear. Okay. Put those there. And then we're going to get one of these because botanicals are very Mother Nature-y. So that's one card. I want my straight cutter. You know what? We're going to take out I have better luck when I'm working with this. Alright, staple gun, get out of my way. Alright, this is a Fiskars rotary cutter. It is probably my favorite cutter of all time. It is expensive, but you can be super duper precision, and I am not trying to be precision right now. I'm just trying to get these cards done because I need, where did my fox guy go? I have a little fox. It's a mama and her baby, and I want it for this journal. So I want the fungus. It's just mushroom. And then that's gonna go over there, and then that. I think this is poison ivy. I don't know. I know one of them was. I was like, interesting. But you gotta take the good with the bad, right? Okay, so let's do medium. Okay, and this one, we're going to do 3 botanicals. And then we'll do these black, whatever these ones are. I don't know what they are. They're just black. And I kind of like them. Okay, and then we're going to do the bear. Just right here. Okay, put all these with the other ones. Actually, did I do that one? No, I didn't. We're going to need a little one, so I'll get this one in a minute. It's like I'm towards the end. I want to be done. Not because I want to be done, but because I'm excited to see it all come together. So excited. Okay, so Mr. Bear needs to be her Mama Bear. That's why I'm making this, because Mama Bear. Okay. And then we're going to do right here. And right here. And then we'll do small. Okay, that's ready. And then the seahorse. Because seahorses are just, I think they're cool. I would do a dragonfly, but I didn't. There's plenty of dragonflies in here. There we go. There we go. And we're going to do large. There we go. Okay, so let's get, I'm trying to find, I thought I had, where did the little fox go? I had the little fox over here. He was on top of my paint. I purposely brought him over. Now I'm a little upset with myself. Okay, that's a staple gun. Did he fall down over here? I don't know. Okay. Ow. Maybe he's hiding in this pile. Nope. Okay. So we're going to take this butterfly. Goodness me. And now there we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. It's all garbage. There's that other dragonfly. I always like to do like a little notebook to put in there. And just take some of the scrap papers. And kind of arrange them kind of cool. Oh man, my side hurts all of a sudden. It's because I've been not sitting straight. I need to have better posture. Okay, so we're going to fold this like this. Okay. And I'm going to save for another project. Excuse me. We'll use these in there. Actually, I might put that in there as a tag too. Okay. I need a clip or something to hold this for a second. That'll work. Okay, so I want this. Actually, I know exactly what I'm going to do. Take this down. Get my deckle cutter. So let's deckle edge this side. And two, over two. There we go. And then, how tall is this? Just under 6. So, deckle edge this. I said this was just so I'll do this right here. There we go. Actually, use that for something else. Oh, for Pete's sake. There we go. This goes. No, I like it right there. There we go. Put this right here like that. Not strong enough for a pocket, so we're just going to make it a decoration. I'm not going to glue on my deckle cutter. Bad, Titch, bad. So, oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to ink this real quick. Eepa. Okay. There we go. I want that down at the bottom. Come on. Okay. Hole punch. Oh, this is a diamond. That's kind of cool. I thought this was my hole punch. I have a diamond punch apparently. All right, and then we need some brown. I'm just going to get the edges of this with the dark brown. Okay. And where did that, what did I do with it? I think I threw it over here. Yes, I did. So we want this shiny, pretty stuff. And dropping the scissors on the floor is not conductive to getting stuff done. Okay, at least I didn't stab my foot. And right there. Okay. And where did the pin go? There it is. Oh, there's two of them. Okay, I'm gonna put that there for the other one that I'm probably missing somewhere. And then this hopefully is long enough. Put this through the hole. And pull that through the hole like that. And no, it's not, so we're going to do it this way because I didn't think about it. So there we go, and dun, da, da, da. Tiny attacher. There we go, perfect. Okay, there is a tag. I am going to ink this with brown. Although red would be really cool. Do I have my red dauber? Yes, I do. Just to kind of bring in a little red. So, just gonna do red first. Just like this. Okay. And I don't know if this is going to be a note card or a journaling card, or if it's going to be a tag, or what it's going to be. So I just do both sides. And then we come in with the brown and kind of tone it down a little bit, so it's not like bright red in your face. And then come and get the front. And if you don't like the way you inked it, say you got a big goober on it or something, like right there, like I did there. See, it's got a big goober. Take your rubbing alcohol in a spray bottle and spray. And it distresses, it blends the colors, and it makes it better. So we're gonna put that off to the side so it can dry. We're gonna keep Mama Bear just brown. Okay. This one we're gonna do black. This is blue. Where did my black ink go? There it is. And I'm just doing the edges of this. I'm not like trying to distress the edge. I just don't want to see the white. So that's done. This one we're gonna do in black as well. And this one. Okay, and this one's already done. And I want to find, we're going to put this on here as a pocket. So I need a little snippy roo right here. Excuse me. And I think we're gonna do, where's my little card? Here it is. So we're gonna do this like that. Okay, and then small, small, and then we're gonna do sepia. So this goes by so much faster when you have everything already made up. That's why I try and do at least one day a week. I do masterboards, and that way you can cut tags really fast and really simple. All right, so we are going to score and make this a little, so 1/4, let's say that's 2 1/4, and then what we're going to do is 5, so 5. Okay, because this is a lightweight paper, okay, this is done, but we need some kind of pot. I'm just gonna put, Mama Bear go. Mama Bear is gonna go on there. What can I put here? That's gonna go there. What happened to, well, that's right there. You know, we're just gonna leave. We're just gonna have this tag in there, and it can be whatever it wants to be. I'm gonna put some sari silk on it. Okay, and actually I don't need that. I can feed this through. Okay, so we can pull this end. There we go. Pull these through. You know what we could do? We can stamp on these. There we go. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. Okay, so excuse me. Why is that jammed in there? There we go. I want this piece of paper. There we go. So we're going to take this and we're going to put this here just like that. And we're going to take the stapler. And we're going to do a staple right here. And a staple right here. And then that's the lunar goddess. We'll put the lunar goddess on that tag. This is going on, oh shoot, that wasn't supposed to go on there. Actually it can. We'll take some of that paper tape. Paper tape. Actually, never mind. That should be enough. More than enough. I'm going to put this right there. No, that's too close. There we go. And that goes there like that. There we go. That keeps someone getting their finger stuck on it. And there we go. Okay. Now we can put, what can we put here? I don't know. I think I have an idea for that, but that's not for this journal. I changed my mind. And I think I'm going to cut this off right here. Bring this back in. Is there a way to get that to be? Haha. I did it just the right amount. I was gonna put that pocket there, but maybe I put mama bear somewhere else. And we put the pocket here. And we take this washi tape. I have yet to use. Okay, so we put washi tape here. Okay. There we go. And washi tape again. Like that. And then we're going to do one on the bottom. Okay. Okay, and then there we go. We're just using washi tape to reinforce where the gussets and miters and all the things, you know, that we're going to, because this is just dictionary paper, it's not real strong, but we want to make a pocket on a tag with it. So, and we want it to last longer than 5 minutes. So, you know, I think we're actually going to do it on this side. I don't know, we'll see. So I'm going to fold this up so I can get approximation of how wide that's going to be. There we go. That's actually perfect. So this is kind of a greenish blue or greenish yellow. So let's do green. Mr. Green Dauber, where did you go? Calling Mr. Green Dauber. Okay. Did he roll off the table and fall onto the floor? Nope, he's right here. He's hiding. It's okay. He can hide. But I'm still gonna find him. All right. We're gonna do large bottom. And then card. Where did my corner go? There it is. So this is this. And I have some Tim Holtz cards, tags, because I bought them and I wasn't going to. I'm like, I can make my own tags, but I want to see what weight of fabric it is. So, or not fabric, weight of paper. So I can kind of get an idea, because I'm designing a bunch of things, bunch of products, bunch of just thinking out loud sometimes and just putting things together. Okay. So we're going to do a lot of green on this side. There we go. It's better. Okay, and then we're going to hit it with the black. Just on the edges. Okay, and same with this side. Okay. And then we're going to take this stamp and our background piece, and take this, and then we're going to in blue. No, we're going to do it in sepia. So we're going to do something like that. Okay. And I don't have to do the whole thing. I don't know why I did the whole thing, because I'm afraid I'm gonna like do it a little less than what I needed to do. There we go. And then we'll do this way. And we're just gonna take this blue. Just because I can. I think it adds a little fun. Okay. And then we're going to finish folding this. And then. I feel like a broken record. There's just so many steps and so many things to do, and that's why I've been going live in the evenings. Last night was kind of a fluke thing. Normally I do these streams, I start them in the morning, you know, whether it's 10 or 11 or 9, 10 or 11. It just works better for me. My brain is more focused on creativity after I've had my first cup of coffee. You know? So, but the evening streams are just me mass making stuff. And I don't say just, because that helps a lot to be able to have things already prepped almost completely. Like, you just have to put stuff together, and it really is awesome. So I don't know why this is not laying flat. It just doesn't want to. There we go. Let's try this guy again. And then we're gonna go that way. There we go. Now he should lay flat. Yep. And that's the top. So we're gonna put the butterfly right here. Oh wait, I think that's brown. It's already brown. So we're gonna do a little bit of brown around the edge, just to kind of help it pop. With sepia, which is like vintage photo. So it's not quite brown, it's kind of a brownish orange. Hey Andy! I am doing okay. I stayed up way too late last night working on a journal. So now I'm paying for it. I'm tired. And I'm contemplating not doing tonight's live stream, but just postponing it till Monday. Because I'm tired and I just want to be chill. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. See how I feel after I eat some food. Because I have yet to eat anything of substance today. Alright, so... Because, oh, there's the little guys. There we go. We can put a little squirrel in there. Because I'm a little squirrely. So that's 2.5, so 1 1/4 is where we want it. That is not gonna mark where I want it. It's too fat. 1 1/4. Okay. How are you doing, Andy? There we go. Perfect. Excuse me. Let's grab this again. There's the purple. Whatever. Purple. There we go. I like it. Okay. Oh, it's late for him. What is it? 10? Oh, it's only 10:30. I was thinking, no, it's late for Andy. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. It's only 10:30. 10:30 tonight. I will probably be crashed out in my bed. And you know what? We're going to put... Okay. I'm going to glue this down because this is lifting. So what we're going to do is we're going to do, how will that look? No, that'll look dumb if we did it like that. We're just going to do her on here. And the Earth Goddess on here. And we're going to do lunar and purple because I'm that girl. Take some lunar taste, which I think, what did I do with it? You know what? I don't know where it went. And I want to get this done. And we're almost done. Just waiting for the glue to set up. Where's my brown? I don't want dark brown. I want light brown. There we go. So we're going to take some script and lightly. There we go. Okay, that's good for me. Okay, we have a little pocket here, and that's gonna be too big, I think. I don't think so. There we go. Perfect. Now we need a topper. You know what? Let's use this. This is Seth Apter fabric. Strip of it. So let's cut this right here. Let's free this up a little bit. Now, push this through. Maybe, actually, let's do it this way. We are going to cheat. I don't call it cheating, really. I mean, it's just doing it the easy way. If I had my bead threader, that would be amazing, but it disappeared into the nether world. I have no idea where it went. And I'm not going to buy another one right now. All right, so there's that. And we're going to make it 4 fingers. Snip. Fray. Snip and fray. Is that anything like swish and flick? Okay. Now we've got the lunar goddess, and we were going to do the earth goddess on something. Not this. This goes back in the box along with that guy. I'm not going to use those right now. Okay. the journaling cards. There's our 3 tags. I try to have 3 tags in every journal, or flip-flop journal. And then so we got Mama Bear. What happened to the other animals? I thought I had more animals. I know I had a seahorse. Well, where did it go? And then we have this to put on a page. That's not the same blackberry, is it? No, it's different. Okay. This is the one that we wanted. Okay, and then maybe I can get this in here to get around a quarter. Oh, look at that. Sweet. They're just big enough. And then we're going to do the squirrel. I don't know what happened to my foxes. Oh, there they are. I found him. I found him. And his mama. Okay. So we got this little guy. And we're going to do the squirrel. Because squirrel. There we go. I wonder if that milk is still... I'm like craving macaroni and cheese. And we don't normally keep milk in the house because neither one of us drink it. We don't eat cereal. So... So we're all a little squirrely. And so I gotta have the squirrely in here. And then these foxes, mama fox and baby fox. All right. We were gonna put the Earth Goddess on something, but I don't remember what it was. So your guess is as good as mine. We could do it on here. Do the, yeah. Okay, let's do it. And then we can put this on here. We need a backing for this. Perfect. So now we can turn this into a pocket. All right, what color do we want to use? We're going to use black. But first we're going to go in with some text. And blue. There we go. And then black. Oops, we don't need it that big.
Time to start supper.
Yes, it is time to start supper. I start supper because we're supposed to eat it at 5:30, but we never eat at 5:30. Okay. The stream has been 6 hours now. It was supposed to be 4 hours, but I get in the moment. Let's see, we're gonna do it like this. very fine line. I don't know if I like that. I mean, it's pretty and all. Don't get me wrong. Okay, how big is this thing? This is 3 by 2 3/8. Let's do 3.5. By 3 1/8. That should work. If not, we can always cut another one. There we go. I should have embossed her too. I'm gonna make this a little shorter. That's 3. Okay. There we go. Okay, so blue. Oh, I know where the seahorse went. It's behind me. Cool. And then I want okay, and then we're going to spray this with the rubbing alcohol and some coffee. There we go. Let that dry. Here's the seahorse. Okay. And here's our little foxy. Okay. Now, what I think we're going to do is cut it here. Okay. And cut this here. There we go. And around this corner. It should be good. There we go. Did everything but the paper that doesn't want to be on there anyway. Crazy thing. All right, and then dark brown. So I'm going to get a little bit on the edge of the sponge and just kind of come in and do that and buff it out a little bit there, and then we're going to spray it with the rubbing alcohol. There we go. And then this is going to go on here, but we're going to do it in blue. Actually, let's do this blue. So XYZ, like that. Let sit open a little bit too long. Okay. There we go. Now that would be a good place to put a tag or a label or a piece of washi tape or something like that if you wanted to do so. And I'm gonna put those together, these together. Okay, now it's time for the great unveiling. Put the lid on the glue stick, get everything out of the way. I don't know what happened to that pin, but it's not here anymore. I don't know what happened to it. Okay. I'm gonna grab a different one. And so it doesn't dry out completely. I know I have a bottle of I know I bought a new bottle. I just don't know where I put it. So anyway, let's get that out of my way. Give me one moment. Okay, here comes the big unveiling. Let's unclamp all of this rigmarole. Okay. See, it made a little dent, but that'll go away. Okay. Please lift up nicely. All right. Now, you are beautiful. Thank you very much, Mr. Frog Tape. I'm going to put you over there, and I might need your services later. But for now, we're going to open up this journal. Oh my gosh. I know I'm a nerd. It's okay. You can say it. I'm okay. I'm okay with it. So, you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna put this right here. No, I don't like that. I'm gonna put it right here. No, I don't like that either. Right here. And then the pocket's upside down then. Oh, so what if we did this and made this a tuck spot and then use this as a pocket somewhere else? Yes. No, I don't like that on that edge. Let's do it right here. Make that a tuck spot. Just like, okay, so let's take a little niblet out of it. Just a little niblet. Maybe if I can get it in there. Okay, so I'm going to start buying more of these. These are the Stamping Up stamps. That's blue, green, purple. I think that's brown. If I see them on anywhere. I really love this oval and I got it for like $3. Okay, so this is gonna go here like so. We're just gonna get our glue out and put a nice big bead right there and a little bit down here at the bottom. There we go. And I'm not really squeezing anymore, just where I need it. Okay. And then flip this over, put it right about there. Okay. Okay, so that way it's not getting completely shredded. And actually, we're going to take this and make a pocket right, or tuck spot right here. So, again, we're going to just do this edge and this edge. And I'm going to smooch it a little bit. Just because I don't want it to travel too far. I want it to kind of stay where I put it. And I like, because this is a lighter weight paper. Oh, that looks so cool. Hopefully, yeah, I did a right setup. Like, hopefully I did a right setup. All right, so we're gonna put this tag right here. There we go. We got that. There's a little pocket, so let's put, that's too big. Let's put our seahorse in there. Seahorse in there. Let's make it a surprise. Okay. The lunar goddess. And then we're gonna put this squirrely guy right here. I didn't ink him though. Hang on. Oh, I don't want blue. And I'm not inking it because I want to add color. I want to cover up the white of the edge of the paper. So we got a little tab here so you can open it up and close it. And then we have this pocket here. Will this fit in there? That'll fit in there like that. And then this guy, so we're gonna put I don't know what happened to like the azaleas and stuff I had last night. I think it'd be pretty to put some flowers in here, but for right now this works. I'm gonna put that right there. Yes, we're gonna put that right there, but we're gonna put, oop, where'd it go? I'm going to put this behind it. Maybe. Yep, okay. So, straighten this out. Actually, you know what? Let me do this. I have an idea. Okay, and don't need all of this, but I'm going to keep this more solid piece on there. There we go. And I'm going to hit this with the black a little harder. Okay, and then I think yep. Okay. That's going to sit right there. And then this. It's going to go right there. Okay. Boom, boom. Open that up. And there is a little journaling space. And we're going to put him right here. Again, inking the edge with black, not brown, just to get that white off of there. So we're going to put him, I'm going to put these guys right there because they're cute. Opa. There we go. Okay. Right there. Just like so. Perfect. And I got something to hang on to. And then I don't like that mama bear. I like the mama bear, I just don't like it there. Okay, and then we're gonna pull this paper or this tape up. There we go. Okay, and then this tag goes here. Actually, hold the show. We need to be very careful and open this up. There we go. Okay. This goes. Did I glue that all the way down? Oh, I did glue it all the way down. That's okay. We can do this tag. All right, this is gonna go somewhere else. Excuse me. So we got this tag and where'd it go? This tag. So I always do 3 tags in my flip-flop journals because it adds something. It adds a level. And I think I'm going to put this guy right here. Maybe. I don't know. I think I might swap that out for this one. I like this better here because it brings that pink into it. There we go. So that, and that, and that. Cute little squirrel. So cute. Okay. And this gets flipper floppered around. What if we put this tag right here? Like so. Is it gonna fit there? Oopa. What if we just did it like this? Yeah, because then it'll kind of even that all out. Okay. Or do we want to just put it on here? I don't know. Where do we want to put? Well, we need another pocket. So maybe we turn this into a pocket. So that way we can put this in there. Or we put a pocket here. I don't know. Okay. Let's go back. So we got that space. We got that pocket. I want to put these in here. And then we have Mama Bear still. What if, okay. If we put that there. No, I like this on the edge of something. You know what? We're gonna put it right here. I like it there because that gives it some color. Okay. And that way it's like a little tag and a tuck spot. So let's get that dry first. I'll wait for that to dry a second. I'm gonna put that there. No. Where'd Mama Bear go? I'm gonna put Mama Bear there. There we go. Okay, so it's that, and then that. Those are really close together, so we need to put a paper clip here. Let me go grab a jumbo paper clip. And we're going to use this tealy one. We're going to put this right here. There. There's that. That. I still say we need to have a pocket right here. And then we can put this in that pocket. I don't know. I'm still thinking. Or we just glue this down and we put it in there. Just put this like this. We'll glue this down. And then we can put this right here. I think we need to put a stamp or something here. Let's do some green. There we go. Put that there. So this goes here, this goes here, this goes here. These go here with, where's my paper clips? These here. Is this gonna work? Yep. Circle. There we go. There we go. Did we get everything in there that I wanted to get in there? I think we did. Oh, she's a busting at the seams, yo. Yep. Yep. Okay, I'm done. I'm calling it a day. I'm putting the lid on my glues. And I'm gonna go get some food. I will take a picture of this later. Where did I need to like totally clean. Okay, first off we need to unplug all the heat tools, because we don't want heat tools on the desk covered in paper and then something peculiar happens. Okay, and here we go. So this is why I have this, because when it's thrown in all this mess, I can find it versus just this little tiny pin. Yeah, no. My brain can't do that. There we go. So we got the glues done. Look at that. I'm so excited. It's so pretty. And it's just bursting. It's already a chunky. And then you can put stuff in it and write in it and make it even chunkier. Yep, yep, yep. Love it, love it, love it. All right, that's it for me. We'll see you tomorrow for the next journal in the 30 journals in 30 days marathon craziness shenanigans. Love you guys. Remember, be kind to one another. Peace, love, and happiness.